Thank you. Can we salute the flag, please? So we're doing. Any modifications to the agenda this morning? CAO Hayes?
Good morning, Chair Bushnell. There are no modifications this morning.
Okay, we are going to go into our consent calendar, but before we do so, I just want the public to be aware that we have many time sets this morning, and so we will continue working on our calendar that is not for time sets, and when those time sets come, we're going to be skipping around the calendar just a little bit. So with that, we will go to the consent calendar. And is there any member of the board that would like to say anything about the consent calendar? Okay, then we will go to, I'm going to have Supervisor Arroyo proclaim March 2025 as Social Worker Appreciation Month for Humboldt County.
Thank you. Who's going to come receive this? There's so much to say that it takes 2 pages.
So for clarification, with this proclamation, we'll have one speaker at the time of the proclamation, and then at the end, when it is open for public comment, we'll have the rest of the speakers.
Okay.
Thank you.
But we can all take a picture together. All right. Whereas social work was developed from a common concern for humanity and belief in the dignity and worth of each individual, with a commitment to promoting the welfare of all individuals served and the dedication of working to promote social justice, equity, and inclusion. And whereas social work provides a significant role in the system of services aimed at protecting children, elders, and dependent adults from neglect, abuse, and exploitation, and in assisting families and individuals struggling with trauma and issues such as homelessness, mental health, or substance use. And whereas social workers often enter individuals and families' lives at their most difficult time, often after other approaches or interventions have been attempted by family, friends, and neighbors, and work compassionately to support those who have complex stories, including unaddressed trauma and unmet needs. And whereas social workers support families to care for their children and help ensure the safety, well-being, and permanency of all children in the county. And whereas social workers recognize the sovereignty and expertise of tribes and work closely and collaboratively to ensure the safety, wellness, and permanency of tribal children and families. And whereas social workers help provide care and support through care providers to enable elders and people with disabilities to remain in their homes and communities, and help provide continued support to veterans and their families to ensure successful transitions after service. And whereas social workers provide support to vulnerable members of our community, assisting with connections to housing and healthcare, and advocating for Social Security benefits for those with disabilities. And whereas social workers collaborate with public health, behavioral health, educational institutions, medical professionals, tribes, and many community agencies to make Humboldt County a nurturing, supportive, healthy environment for children, families, adults, and communities. And whereas social workers continue to fill their critical roles during adverse events which have impacted them, their clients, and the community as a whole. And whereas social workers provide valuable services to increase opportunities for all members of society and speak out on behalf of the vulnerable and voiceless. And whereas social workers in the county are a major force for positive community change, valuing diversity, equity, and inclusion, recognizing the strengths of individuals, families, and communities, and understanding that empowering people requires acknowledgement of their capabilities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims March 2025 Social Worker Appreciation Month and recognizes, celebrates, and honors social workers for what they do to enhance the well-being of individuals, families, communities, and sovereign nations in the county.
You have to speak now? You can get a picture of this. Yes, okay.
Oh, and we have our expert. Will you do one on my phone for us?
You want to take a picture of your phone?
Thank you. Do you want me in the middle? I don't know.
Okay.
Or you all together and then
Oh my gosh.
Very nicely tied.
picture of my phone.
I just thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this recognition for these amazing superheroes over here. Social workers are navigating some of the most complex familial situations that you could ever imagine, and they're doing it in a way with grace and advocacy for the families that they work with. They're having the most difficult conversations that anyone could probably have, and doing that to also give families hope and love and a chance to heal and move forward. And we have social workers within child welfare. They work 24/7. It is a first responders. They are compassionate. They're hardworking. And social workers are in every discipline, within schools, within tribes, and want to recognize and honor all of those social workers that have come into this field of work and navigating people. People are all unique, and it is the most difficult work that you could imagine. So thank you for this recognition. Thank you to these amazing social workers. Thank you to those who are social workers that are out in the field that are hopefully tuning in and listening. And thank you, Board of Supes, for this recognition. Thanks.
Next, we have a retirement resolution for Jet DeCruz, and I hope I said that. Please come forward, Jet. Hi. Did I say your last name? How do you say your last name?
DeCruz.
Okay, so I said it right. Okay, so whereas Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services Children's Behavioral Health Senior Program Manager Jet DeCruz is retiring after nearly 38 years with the county, and whereas Jet was first hired at the county in 1987 as a mental health clinician too, and was assigned as a day treatment manager in 1991, before her position was reclassified as mental health program manager in 1992. And whereas from September 2000 and July 2026, Jet served as the hospital administrator, as well as serving a stint as acting deputy director in 2002. And whereas in 2005, Jet was reclassified as deputy mental health director, a job she held for a year before taking a voluntary demotion to program manager licensed, then promoting to senior program manager, and finally being reclassified to senior program manager mental health. And whereas in 2018, Jet transferred from adult behavioral health to work as a senior program manager for children's behavioral health, a position she held until her retirement. And whereas Jet mentored many upcoming leaders during her time in the behavioral health field and has been described as a strong advocate for those most in need of support. And whereas a colleague from another agency who Jet worked closely with described her as a grounded, smart, funny, knowledgeable, and able to help a group of integrally representative reach compromise in difficult situations. And whereas a former co-worker described Jet as someone who consistently demonstrated integrity and responsiveness to her colleagues and the community, and as someone who made considerable contributions to our behavioral health programs and clients. She finished by saying, Jet has incredible institutional knowledge, and her absence will be a huge loss to the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors here recognizes, honors, and expresses our gratitude for Jet DeCruz's years of dedication to the county, her co-workers, and the adults, children, and families she has worked with, and wishes her a long, happy retirement. If any of her colleagues wants to get in a picture, please come forward. Thank you.
I'll compete with Terrence for.
Someone has to come over here. You've got to even it out.
You can go first.
All right, nice and close. Perfect.
Oh, one more, you guys. One more.
I just want to thank the board, and I want to just give a shout out to all of the employees that I've worked with over the years, and they're the reason that I've stayed here for this long. And we do good work, and we're really helping people at Behavioral Health. I appreciate your giving me this resolution. I'll think about you all when I'm retired, sitting in the sunshine, and you're all still doing the work.
Is it okay to speak now?
Yes, yes.
Jet, thank you so much for everything that you've done for our community, and we really will miss her. I've relied on her for so many things over the years, just can we do this or can we do this? Yeah, you're going to be missed, Jet. And I wish you so much happiness after you're no longer working all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So anybody that has a comment about Jet can do that. We're going to do that in a minute and for public comment. But congratulations, and 38 years. Wow, what a life you've lived through social services. And with that, I'll bring it back to the board if there's any comments about the consent calendar. Go ahead.
I just want to echo the appreciation for Jet. It's really cool to hear about your career and all you've done here. And just a personal note about Social Worker Appreciation Month, that, you know, I just am constantly amazed by the work you all do, and like deeply impressed and grateful. And it fills me with both a lot of hope for the future and a sense that, you know, there are people mending and working together to, you know, we hear a lot about how hard it is for youth who have, you know, severe adverse childhood experiences and a lot of other factors that feel like an uphill battle. And I feel that the work you're doing is some of the most important work that anyone could do. So thank you.
We're going to go to Supervisor Bohn, but first we're going to go out to public comment in a minute. So those folks on Zoom will be going first. So you should get ready, and then Supervisor Bohn.
Jet, 38 years. You ain't coming back, are you? Thanks. Okay. Appreciate everything.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, just you know, I usually talk about the fabric of society and the menders and all that other things. It gets Supervisor Bohn very excited. But what I want to emphasize today is just because there are some at the national level who want to denigrate our civil servants and demote and fire and do all these things that just really make people who serve the public sometimes not feel that good. Just want to let you know that there are many, many, many of us who value you, think you're heroes, think you're doing the best job you possibly can under circumstances that are just not as great as they could be on a daily basis. And that language that's coming from somewhere else is not going to be coming from this dais. So I just want to be really clear about that. This community supports you. Thank you for your work.
Okay. I also want to echo my colleagues' thanks for social workers. It's a unique person that can stick with that job, and Supervisor Wilson called you heroes, and you are. It's not for everyone to be able to do that work. It's exceptionally tough, and it's exceptionally tough to do it for many years. And I've seen the impact, however, that is made on families or with families and young folks, and it's such an important part of what we do, and you deserve to be recognized. So with that, we're going to go out to public comment on the Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Kamsawasi calling from Mexico. You won't find anybody who does support the social workers any more than I do. It's a very difficult job, especially when certain things happen that are inappropriate. I'm a little bit happier today. After 6 months, a very nice thing happened yesterday. and I'm hoping that will continue. It's imperative that it does. So I did wish to thank these people. Is this strictly on the social worker, or are we doing general comment also on the rest of the consent? That's the question I have.
General comment on the consent calendar, please.
Okay, so I will move on from that one. I wanted to say on item 6, the supervisors' expenses were down compared to what they normally are. That's greatly appreciated. Number 9, the DA's office, DHHS and DA, have a child abuse services team. I hope they come to play and that money's well spent. Item number 12, your liability budget was increased by $1,250,000. And a little bit later, I'm going to go ahead and hopefully have communication before consent to tell you if certain actions are taken later in the day that you may have to add a 0 to that particular topic. And so I think that pretty well sums up my comments as far as what we have on the consent calendar. Thank you for listening to me today.
That is all on Zoom, Chair.
Okay, so we'll go to public comment in the room. Is there anybody that has a public comment on the consent calendar? Welcome, Ms. D'Amico.
Good morning. Tracy D'Amico, Clerk of the Board. I just wanted to point out to the board, but more importantly to the public, that on item 7, talking about our vacancies, we do have some current at-large vacancies that are critical and important. We would love to get some applications. One is for the Headwaters Fund Board, and the other is the Audit Committee. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? Okay, are you going to please come forward?
Hi, good morning. My name is Dana Taylor. I'm one of the many people that have been lucky enough to be mentored by Jet. And so I just wanted to thank you so much, Jet, for all of the years of service. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but one of our case managers wrote a song and performed it for Jet, and I have a recording of it. It's only 90 seconds.
Put it up to the microphone. It should work.
She's a Western wonder. Call her the Western Surge Protector. A can-do collector. She's an answer to a problem we've been trying to solve for all these years. Striking fear into the bones of those who need it. Keeps an ear out for the stuck and squeaky wheel. When you hear about the garden she is seated, you cannot help but raise your brow and feel those tears. Well, ooh, what a rep she's a leaving. Lay your gratitude upon her, taking off and cruising onward. Ooh, what a rep she's leaving. Ooh, ain't we blessed to see it? Raise a glass and do the honors, taking off and cruising onward.
Is there any other public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to our board. Is there any other comments from the board? Okay. Okay, I do want to mention a thank you to Nicole Alvarado and William Cook, who were on the audit committee. And as you heard our clerk of the board, Tracy D'Amico, speak, we always are looking for people, and these are commitments that the community puts in their time for public service, and it's greatly appreciated. So with that, I'll be looking for a motion, please.
I'll move consent.
I'll second.
Okay. So we are going to try our new Votecast, and it should be up on your computer. It's not up on Supervisor Madrone's. Let's see if we can get it. Yeah. Does everybody else have it? Yes. Okay. There you go.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we're going to go out to public comment on non-agenda items, and we're going to be going to the Zoom first. So public comment on non-agenda items, and we'll start with Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Ken Sawatski, again from sunny Mexico. You have some of my weather up there. I think today we are looking at 82.55 and 70 right now. I've made my comments in writing. I was quite distressed, and the public is. If you guys wish to make comments during our time, which is right now, that you wish to come out there, and I know you in the past made short little comments, but if you really wish to make comments, then you need to come and leave the dais and do so from the podium. My other comments, there were a great angst, and I really did a lot of thinking about this, and I hope it's taken correctly. But I feel the impact that we have on Mother Nature's ground needs to start being minimized instead of us being selfish. Ways to enjoy her, but not with hundreds of thousands of people tromping around. This is very irritating to me, and I believe I'm speaking for Mother Nature and the environment. So I wanted to bring those forward. The other thing I want to bring forward in general, historically, the county has made some very major mistakes in the past. And this is regarding litigation, and I'll be talking about the specifics later, but I'm going to give you one case where I believe it was planning commissioner, not planning commissioner, but head of planning and building, Kirk Gerard and some people initiated litigation. It was the Bob McKee case. And that particular case could repeat itself. We're going to hope it doesn't. That cost the county $13 million, which you don't have right now. So anytime when you're looking at anything you're looking at, look at potential costs to the county and make sure you're doing what's in the county's best interest and not necessarily other people or groups' best interest. And I hope that I'll have a little further discussion with specifics on this topic a little later during your closed session item. So please take the time, if you have time, to read my comments. I stand by those. I just read them here a few minutes ago. The public does not like to be chilled or bullied, and that we still happen when people go over the top of what's said during public comment on non-agenda item. Our time to speak. Thank you for my opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. That is all on Zoom, Chair.
Okay, we'll go to public comment on non-agenda items in the room. Is there anybody that wishes to speak? Hi, good morning.
Hello. I'd just like to point out that the people who are the heroes in the room today, who have been pointed out as doing integral work for the county, are in large part AFSCME members. As an AFSCME member, I just want to remind the board that what we're really asking for is respect. And while we hear respect here from the board, from some of our friends, we're not feeling respected. And I think it should be pointed out that you all wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be anything that happened if AFSCME wasn't going to work every day and doing the actual work in the trenches, as some might say. So just a reminder that we're the reason why things happen, and that all we're asking for is respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on non-agenda items? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment on non-agenda items. And this is what happens sometimes with time sets. We have 5 minutes, so we will be sitting here for 5 minutes. And the next item is going to be an HR item. So Dr. Clark, you're welcome to come to the staff table if you would like. So we'll 5 minutes, 5-minute break. Go to our first time set of the morning, and it is Human Resources Pilot Supervisor Academy Recognition Presentation. And I believe Dr. Clark will start us off.
Good morning. I don't know if this thing is working.
On the neck here, I think. On the neck.
No, testing,
No, it's not working, Eric says.
testing, no.
Is it one of these buttons up here?
There's a button right here. Can you all hear me though?
No, you have to talk
Do I
into
need to
it.
be mic'd up? Okay.
You can sit over here.
Well, can I just do this? Testing. Awesome. Okay, well, we're trying to get set up first. So I'm thinking if CAO Hayes and Director Ohanan can maybe come in here, Rosam can read the names, he can hand out certificates, we can get a good little picture. You have permission from security. And we'll get in. And now I would like to note today that I think we have about 9 or 10 of the Supervisor Academy participants that accepted the invite because the others are busy doing the people's work. But nonetheless, this is a very exciting day. So I will kick it off by just saying that, we designed this Pilot Supervisor Academy because it was intended to be responsive to the board's strategic goal of workforce and operational excellence, as well as being responsive to staff's desire for more training and professional development opportunities. So this pilot group dedicated 10 months of their lives meeting monthly, going through a curriculum that was specifically curated to be responsive to today's operational environment. We partnered with Nancy Olson, Dr. Kathy Thornhill at the Chamber of Commerce, and Rise Advising, respectively, and we are really, really, really excited about this group. So I would just like to say thank you for you all, because I know that you dedicated 10 months of this, and it wasn't always easy to make all of the sessions, but you did it, and we're on the other side, so thank you all very much. I think that's it. I'm just super excited. So we will just go to Rosam. He's going to read the name. So after he reads your name, if you can come here, he'll hand you your certificate, and then you can shake some hands, and we'll take a photo. Sound good? And I just realized, by the way, good morning, Chair Bushnell and Board. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Jeremy Clark, Human Resources.
Thank you. Good morning.
Chair, may I ask
so
you a
exciting.
question?
Yeah, so before we do the presentation, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and we're going to allow the board members to ask questions.
Yes,
And we're going to
please.
start with Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I think this is an incredible investment in our staff, and I'm delighted to recognize them here today. And I wondered if members of the public are watching and are wondering, a little bit more about the content that was covered. If you could say just a little bit more about what people focused on and learned here.
Supervisor Arroyo, I am excited to share everything about this academy. I just don't want to take up too much time. But what I can say is, so we designed this to really take the participants on a journey from beginning with self-discovery. So they took some assessments, some psychometric assessments to get familiar with their sort of skills, abilities, got baseline measures on their IDI scores, which really measures their ability to work across difference. And then they learned some of the nuts and bolts of really management and leadership, and particularly leading in today's environment where there's more diversity than ever before. But primarily, when you look at, we've got 5 generations in the workforce, we've got folks from different backgrounds, different experiences, and so how do we harness all of that as a supervisor? So this really was designed to give them the tools that they need. Examples of courses that they took include managing the work, people-centered change management, awareness-based leadership which was sort of the centerpiece of our work on this. And this was really, what does it mean to be self-aware, and how do you apply that in today's organizational context to optimize the employee experience? And we evaluated this heavily, and I really do want to say, again, give kudos to this group. Because it was a pilot, we evaluated it not after just every session, but we also did a midterm focus group with them, and then we also evaluated the full program after the fact. So they really invested some time, and we greatly thank the participants and their departments for the support. So a lot of stuff in there. Yeah.
Thank you. So are there any other comments from the board before we do the presentation? Okay, so now we will start with the presentations.
Happy. Mr. Ruiz Cortez, please.
Perfect. First up is Mark Elliott.
Oh, do we clap at the end? Or?
Yeah, we can clap at the end. Alicia, is Kati coming to take pictures? Okay.
Jessica Jabor.
Sure. Nancy's happy to take pictures too, Alicia.
Dr. Clark, can you say what department the people you're calling are from, or whoever's, if you know?
Oh boy, on the spot. Okay, Mark, Health and Human Services, correct?
Behavioral health. I'm the supervisor for the adult outpatient clinic as well as the older adults program. And I have an awesome deputy director, Jack Brazil. Just wanted to shout out and thank you so much for letting me participate in this program. It's really excellent.
Okay, so if you could stay up here, please.
Yeah, Mark, you're gonna stay up there for the photo.
And then I'm also going to have to ask you not to make comment here because you're not on the speaker, so you can make. No, you're fine. Just clarifying the process. So after the picture is done, then if you all want to make a comment, that's totally fine. You'll go and kick Dr. Clark out and move in there.
You can take over. Yes.
And we're going to continue on with the presentations, please. Thank you.
Peggy Murphy, Economic Development.
Hey, Peggy.
Charles King.
Charles King is with the Department of Child Support Services, I believe. Yes.
Morgan Whitney. Or Whitney Morgan.
From our TTC office.
All the time.
Andrew Felden.
Andrew, I believe, is with the Department of Health and Human Services. And because I didn't say so, just for good measure, our own Jessica Jabor is with Human Resources.
Brian Carter.
Brian is doing the people's work.
Yuri Gamboa.
Yuri Gamboa also doing the people's work.
Colleen Riddle.
Colleen Ridlin, I believe, is with the Department of Health and Human Services. I know. And I got a cohort in session right now, too, and I remember them, too. Oh, kudos.
Tiana Davis.
Again, doing the people's work.
Tiana Himsa.
Very busy day doing the people's work.
Nora Clements.
I want to say Health and Human Services? Social Services. Yeah, I'm batting 95.
And last but not least, Candace Moore.
Candace Moore, doing the people's work, is with Health and Human Services, but we actually are missing one. Let me see.
Norlin de la Serna Alburo.
There we go, from our Auditor Controller's Office.
Thank you.
You asked me, folks, are seeing the sausage being made this morning. And again, so these wonderful folks represent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the 15 Academy participants that graduated. Again, we want to recognize the remaining 6 that are busy doing the people's work that span departments from, again, child support services to probation. And so again, I will say on behalf of Director O'Hannon, CAO Hayes, myself, we're so proud of you all. Thank you very much for dedicating the time. And yeah, can we clap now? Oh.
We're going to take a picture. Dr. Clark, if you could come up here on the end and have the supervisors stand behind these folks, and Kati's going to get a picture of everyone.
I'd love to get you all on the steps. Also, in addition to, okay, squeeze in, get real close, real close. Yeah, get in. So go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, please. Everybody get in. All right. This is gonna be. It is really hard to get you all in here, but I think we got it. Okay, I'm gonna take a bunch. smile, hold that for a while. Okay, I think we got it. Thank you.
So anybody that received a certificate, if you would like to make comment, please do so at the podium.
Chair Bushnell, if anyone has any comments that they want to make, Chair Bushnell has opened it up to any of the participants, now graduates.
Okay.
All right, I think we are good. Thank you very much, Chair
Thank
Bushnell.
you. So if you all could take a seat, because we're not quite done, before you go out on the podium or out on the steps, or stand, but please wait until the item's over. Go ahead.
Thank you. Zach O'Hannon, Director of Human Resources. Maybe while I'm talking, if anyone wants to get up the courage to come and make some comments, that'd be great. I just wanted to mention the appreciation for the staff that did this. We've been talking about a supervisory academy here at the county, and there's been iterations of it in various places, but not a county supervisor program since I've worked for the county for almost 11 years. And so it was a really big endeavor. And this group was sort of hand-selected by their departments, by Jeremy and his team, because of what they could bring to this program. And we have learned so much from them. I had to pull myself back because this kind of stuff really excites me, because I wanted the staff to have the open space to go through this and learn and not have someone like with a director title sitting in the room. But I really valued every time I did get to meet with them, especially our last wrap up where they were really open and honest about what they learned and how we could improve, and we have already done so. And now we kind of have this well-oiled machine, it looks like, with this program being a little more condensed, being able to get more people into it, because frankly, we are kind of like pushing people away because we don't have enough spots to give everyone a seat. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of them, and hope that we can just continue to build on this. So thank you to your board for the support.
Thank you. So Nancy, go ahead. Yeah. So we're going to do public comment on the Zoom here in a minute, and then we're going to open it to the room for public comment. However, if you're a participant and would like to say something, please do so after Nancy, and then we'll go out to public comment.
Hi, I'm Nancy Olson. I'm the CEO of the Greater Eureka Chamber, as well as the Redwood Coast Chamber Foundation. And this is all the CAO's fault that all this happened. I remember the first time that I met with her when I first became CEO of the chamber. We started talking about different things that we were going to be offering, and she got really excited about the professional development that we were doing. She introduced me to Zach and Jeremy and now Rosam, and it's been a really wonderful journey to create this program. We are now in cohort 2. And you all have set such an example that the Humboldt County Office of Education is going to be working with us to deliver a similar program. So you all are trailblazers. Hopefully lots of others in our community will follow suit. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thanks for the partnership.
Thank you. So at this time, if there's no other comments from the participant, we'll go on to the Zoom. Kaylee?
There is none, Chair.
Okay, any public comment in the room? Okay, I'll bring it back to this board for a motion, please.
I'm happy to make a motion to accept, and I don't know, do we file this? I don't know, but anyways, to just accept this this process and presentation. I just want to say that these types of trainings that are interdepartmental are really actually very important, and leadership training is something that really helps guide folks. I've been to one or two myself in my day, and I would say that it's not just about the training, it's also about the cohort of folks that go through the training, and especially in an organization like this, where often, in just like any other kind of big, institution, a lot of administration and bureaucracy, as governments have, there's a lot of siloing that can occur, and these are the kinds of things that really break that down and help communication across departments for many, many years. So I'm very excited that we're engaged in this, and I think it's important, not just for the institution, but for the individuals in sort of the career building that they have as well, which I think is important. So thanks for all your efforts, Dr. Clark, and everybody who was involved.
I'll second that and echo some of those comments, and also note that this is, training and staff development is part of our strategic plan, and it's It's something that is, critical to, I think, you all having the opportunity to learn from each other's wisdom and just creating the space for that within the workplace. So I know you're all, have been here and been committed and are committed to leading teams and, really just sharing the lessons learned is, I think, one of the biggest parts of programs like this. So grateful that we've been able to offer this, and thank you for piloting this and sharing your feedback so that we could get another cohort going now, and look forward to lots more of this to come.
Thank you. So we're going to vote now, but I believe that Kati would like you all, and I think CAO Hayes, to go out on the steps and get a picture, and then we'll be taking another 15-minute break because we have a 10 o'clock time set. So we're going to do the vote.
Chair, if I may, on Votecast, you're able to make a second, and Supervisor Madrone actually made the second before Arroyo did, so that it will log differently.
So it doesn't matter, but I think we are not going to do seconds by Votecast. First and seconds are going to be by voice motion. While we're doing this today, we're going to be voting by Votecast, just to clarify for the board. Okay? So
Thank you.
please go ahead and vote. And thank you. We're trying a new system, so thank you for indulging us.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so we are now taking a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock. Welcome back to our second time set of 10 a.m. presentation of the fiscal year 22-23 audit reports. Hi.
Good morning, Chair Bushnell, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm Michael Evenson, the Interim Auditor Controller. Today we're presenting the 22-23 audit reports. I believe Brianne Weiss, the partner from Clifton Larson Allen, our external auditors, is on the line with a presentation. Without wasting too much time, I think she can take over.
Okay, thank you. Kaylee, do you see them on there?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, hi, good morning.
There. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to share my screen. All right, I think it is working. Fantastic. As Michael said, I'm here to present the results of the June 30, 2023 audit for the county. So I will move through this agenda pretty quickly, but if there's any questions, please don't hesitate to ask, and I'll certainly make sure that we have time at the end to answer any questions you may have. So overall, the agenda scope, I'm going to talk about the audit scope and the audit process, the results of the audit, which are in our audit opinions, and the required communications of those charged with governance, as well as really a takeaway here on some upcoming standards and how they might impact the county. So the audit scope, we are obviously engaged to issue an audit opinion on the county's financial statements as a whole, but in addition to that, we are also required to provide a management letter, which we have done so and is in your board packet, as well as required communications to governance. We've done that through an official letter that is also in your board packet, but I'll be covering some of the highlights here in this presentation. And lastly, a report on internal control over compliance with major programs. This is referred to as your single audit, and these are your federal programs, your federal funding programs. Our audit process is really a risk-based audit approach. I've identified here some of the key areas that we go through in our audit. First one is management override of controls, which I'll come back to and talk a little bit later about in the audit. But revenues and receivables is another area that we focus on. You'll see some of our material weaknesses related to those. And I think that's been an area of focus recently for the county, as well as leases and SBITAs. SBITAs, for those of you that don't know the cool accounting lingo, stands for subscription-based IT arrangements. It is a new standard that was implemented during the year in 2023. As well as the county's pension and OPEB, that's always an area of focus. Those are some big numbers in the financial statements. And we also look at the county's risk management policies to make sure that any contingent liabilities are properly recorded and disclosed, as well as the pollution remediation that may exist at the county. So this is just a highlight. It's not meant to be all-inclusive, but these are some of the areas that get the most attention during our audit. As for our results, the financial statements of the core county, I'll say, are unmodified, which is effectively a clean opinion. You do have an adverse opinion for the discretely presented component unit, which is the, we'll talk about in a minute, and that's largely because that information just isn't available. Your opinion on the federal awards, that single audit I referred to earlier, is also unmodified, a clean opinion. However, during the course of the audit, if you move over to the light blue side of the screen here, there were 2 material weaknesses noted during the financial statement audit, which we will discuss. No significant deficiencies, which is great, and there were no findings in the single audit, material weaknesses or otherwise. So related to the material weaknesses, the discretely presented component unit. This is the fire protection district. This is an ongoing issue. I think that this is a repeat finding from last year. It's included as part of the county's reporting entity following the GASB requirements. However, the information is not included in the financial statements because the county can't rely on it as the district uses a different financial reporting basis. Just some color commentary on that. You know, Michael and I have spoken a lot about that, and we think that there is a path to get there in the near future. We just weren't able to get there for 2023. So our hope is that eventually this finding will fall off and we'll be able to put this component unit back on the financial statements. Second one was receivables. I mentioned this at the top of the presentation. And during our audit, we discovered 5 cash receipts that were received after June 30 that totaled approximately $5 million that should have been recorded in 2023. So those were added to the balances. And we also identified $16 million in property tax receivable that was recorded in the custodial funds, but should have been included in the general fund. So we moved that over into the general fund. This is also a repeat finding from the prior year, and I just would be remiss if I didn't mention how much effort management is doing to get this resolved and going forward. So I do see a lot of improvement despite the fact that we still had a finding. We did have a couple management letter recommendations here. Again, these are consistent with what you've seen in the past. The first is disaggregation of receivables, and what we mean there is that the county really records all receivables in one general ledger account, and it should be in multiple general ledgers accounts to better track the information. So we'd recommend that. I do apologize for my spelling error there. I became an accountant because I can't spell, so apologize there. Next one here was governmental trust funds. The county maintains over 120 governmental trust funds. And while this in itself isn't a problem, we just think that it increases the risk of human error, certainly when you're doing transactions to and from those funds. And so we just encourage management to be a little bit more, you know, not diligent, but maybe try and see if we can get some of those down. As they go through an evaluation process. Nothing that rises to a significant level. These are just more or less best practices. It is kind of how we like to phrase it. I did mention that we are required to have certain governance communications. The requirements are in the letter that is in the board agenda, but just to highlight a couple of things here. You know, overall, we found that the county policies and disclosures of the county were appropriate. We had no difficulties with management or disagreements with management during the course of our audit. If we did, we'd be required to let you know. We were not aware of any consultations with other auditors, you know, trying to shop audit opinions. We would need to let you know if that occurred. We were not aware of any. We felt that all estimates were appropriate. A lot of the things I talked about at the top related to the risk-based added areas, pensions, OPEBs, risk management, pollution, those are all estimates. And so we look at all of those and the various assumptions that go into them, determine that those were all appropriate. There was an emphasis of matter paragraph added to your opinion, didn't change the results of the opinion. It was just related to that new GASB standard for the SBITs that I had mentioned. We are required to identify significant risks or let you know of the significant risks that we've identified for the county. The first is management override of control. This is a risk that auditing standards say exists everywhere. And what I like to say is what it really means is no matter how good the internal control structure is at an organization, if management goes over it, on top of it, there could be some issues or some material misstatements in the financial statements. We do some procedures, we didn't identify any, but it is a risk that exists everywhere. Specific to the county, we did talk about this earlier, but receivables, specifically the FEMA receivables, we determined to be a significant risk. You just have a large volume of them, some of which are fairly old, and so that's an area of high focus. And then, as with most new standards, we did identify that the implementation of subpoenas to be a risk, particularly that you captured all of them, what was the risk that we had identified. So I'm not going to really talk too much about this, but I did include this for your information. There are a handful of upcoming GASB standards. The one that will be applicable next year for June 30, 2024 audit is GASB 100. Hopefully it doesn't impact you. It just means something was wrong in 23. And then the big one really is this 101, which is compensated absences, but this won't be till fiscal year 25. But I know that Michael and his team are working on it. And then the other items on here, I'm not going to go through in any detail, really included them for informational purposes. And that concludes my presentation, but again, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I guess I'm vice chair, so I'm going to say thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions from the board on the presentation? Supervisor Madrone and then Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So that part about the 12 million or whatever it was that should have been recorded into the general fund, plus there was another one in there of $1 million or something like that, I think. Does that change our reports and outcomes on where we thought our general fund was at in terms of balance, et cetera? I mean, on the surface, that's what it looks like to me, but.
No, it's a
darn.
$16 million receivable that's entirely due with the county's usage of the teeter plan, which is we front the entire tax burden with a few caveats. We front the entire tax burden to all of the taxable agencies. The difference between what is paid out and what is received is a receivable to the county's general fund, so we can collect taxables, the fines, fees, and penalties. And you see this as part of the budget process every year. They mention the fines that they pull in from that. That's where the advantage is to the county, but it's already we're already receiving the advantage. This is just recognizing the receivable due to the general fund that through history of the county was not properly recorded. It's now getting properly recorded on our financial statements.
Okay. So what came in is covered by what went out, basically, and it doesn't change the bottom line on our general fund for that year.
Correct.
Thank you. Well, I wish it had been so, but that would have been incredible news. But yeah, getting it right is important too. So thank you for that, Michael.
Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Could you say a little bit more about the process of the disaggregation of the receivables and the accounts payable for the outside agencies and what that process might look like?
Yes, it's in our work plan for a future year. We're largely focused on the items that are showing up as material weaknesses first. The process is identifying which receivables are related to which party, whether it's other governments, individuals like the taxes receivable we were just talking about, and properly classifying them in the correct account. It's an accounting change more than it's a change that impacts the dollar values on the financial statements.
Back to me again. Oh, okay. So we've received comment from the supervisors, so I guess we're looking for public comment. Oh, there's one more supervisorial comment.
Thank you. I apologize for stepping away. I just want to reference to the Fortuna Fire Department finding, and at their last meeting, their board has voted to remove their money from the county, and so you'll be getting information from that, and so I think that probably would clear up that audit issue. So they're going to, it will still be a pass-through, but they have elected to go with another financial institution.
Unfortunately, I don't believe that to be true because it's based on I'm trying to conjure the exact language in GASB right now, but it's based on significant control of the board. And right now, our board appoints their board, so it will perpetually be until that is eliminated.
So they
as a
would still,
situation.
but you'll be getting the audit information, I believe, from the new person that's going to be holding their funds. And I think that they're going to do a different process.
Okay.
So I do think it will take care of that item. They spoke directly to the audit finding. And so anyways, it's something that they're going to be contacting you. So you can anticipate that.
We've worked with our auditor. I believe we have a path. So
Yeah.
if the path is even easier, I'll take it.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you. I just really want to say thank you. You stepped into this role, a few months ago, and once again, our information that we're getting from the auditor controller and the work that has been happening with departments and outside agencies seems to be running smooth, and so I really thank you for that also. And with that, we're going to go out to public comment. We're going to go to Supervisor Madrone first.
22-23, so if I'm doing my math correctly, that leaves us, we're now down to the final audit of 23-24 or 24-25. We got two left.
23-24 because 24-25 is the
That's
current
right,
year. 24-25 is due March 31st of 2026. We anticipate getting that one in on time. 23-24, I have to send Brianne the trial balance today, and that audit will be in progress starting next month, and we hope to finish it during early summer.
Wow, that's fantastic. Down to one final audit to be caught up. I really think you and your staff deserve a lot of thank yous from us as a board, from everybody in the county, for the hard work that's been done under Cheryl and yourself. I know you were a huge part of all that, which is why you've stepped into this role. So thank you, Michael, and please pass on to your staff how grateful we are for getting caught up. So thank you.
I will.
I would echo also from departments, because you gather that information from those departments, and so you've had great cooperation from the department heads and their financial staff. So I would just like to echo that. And at this time, we're going to go out to public comment on Zoom.
There is none, Chair.
Public comment in the room. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion, please.
I'll move to receive and file this report.
Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, unfortunately, we're going to have to take another 15-minute break, and we'll be returning at 10:30 to pick up the item of the public hearing. So we are in recess until 10:30. Thank you. Apologize for all the back and forth. This is what happens with time sets. So we are going to go now to the end of our agenda and departmental reports. And we're going to have a presentation on Department of Health and Human Services, Child Welfare Service. No, that's the wrong one. We're going, apologize again. 2024 Department Head Reporting Structure Study. And nope, that's from Human Resources. Holy cow. Nope. Nope. Presentation of Department of Health and Human Services, Child Welfare Services in honor of Social Worker Appreciation Month. Hi.
Hi, we have one more person en route. Can I have like 2 minutes?
You may,
Oh,
and you
thank
can, if you're going to be presenting, you can sit at the staff table, or I'm not sure who's presenting.
Yep, me and 2 other people.
Okay, yeah, we'll just wait. Yep. So we'll be waiting 2 more minutes. Okay, good morning. We are going to do item 25-47, presentation on Department of Health and Human Services Child Welfare Service in honor of Social Worker Appreciation Month. And who is going to be starting us off? If you could introduce yourself, and you have the floor.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chair. I'm Amanda Winstead. I'm the director on the base, on the arm.
All right, how's that? Yes. Okay, I'll start again. Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chair. I'm Amanda Winstead. I am the Director of Child Welfare Services, and I'm here with part of our leadership team, Cherie Von Savoy, who's one of our Deputy Directors, and then we have 2 program managers with us, Kim Schneider and Pam Miller. Along with some staff appreciations, they're going to walk us through some core elements of child welfare structure, function, and regulation. I want to take a quick moment to draw your attention to some of the work we're doing around ICWA, the Indian Child Welfare Act, in response to a pretty consistent but approximate 30 to 40% of our caseload and investigative work, our work being Native American caseload. And the feedback and our acknowledgement that we need to do more and we need to do it differently. We took steps about 4 or 5 years ago to implement a dedicated ICWA program. It's been a big learning curve, and we've had some bumps, and we've skinned our knees here and there along the way. But we have now an ICWA program that is shaping up to be one of the best in the state and something to be very proud of here in Humboldt County. We recognize and respect sovereignty, and we practice deference wherever we legally can. We work in close collaboration and mutual respect with the tribes, and it is always the goal, the expectation, and our policy that tribes be included every step of the way in the CWS process. Pam is our ICWA program manager, and she'll take us through some of the real details and the kind of day-to-day of what that work looks like. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here and to highlight the really complex and really good work that child welfare does. I want to thank each of you for your ongoing support. I know that we don't always see or aren't always aware of everything that your board is doing, but I really appreciate having an engaged and interested board. It makes a difference for us. It makes a difference for me. So I want to thank each of you for that. With that, I'll hand it over to our Deputy Director, Sheree. Kim's going to start it. And she'll hand it over.
Good morning. I'm Kim Schneider. I'm a program manager with Child. Is it now?
So that microphone is not working. If that one can reach over to you, and I believe it can, you can use that one. There you go. You'll just have to share. I apologize. We're going to work on getting that fixed.
Thank you. I'm Kim Schneider. I'm a program manager with Child Welfare Services. Thank you for taking the time to hear from us today. And as you heard earlier and presented earlier, it is Social Worker Appreciation Month for the month of March. So fitting for us to now talk about and highlight the incredible work that the team of social workers within Child Welfare Services does on a daily basis to support assessments of child safety, service provision to families, and enhance well-being within our community. Child Welfare Services plays a critical role in attending to child abuse and neglect within Humboldt County. Our process, from the point of receiving a report of child abuse and neglect, to investigating allegations of child abuse and neglect, providing services and support to families, collaborating with our community partners, and, when needed, in engaging in the court process is incredibly complex and it's incredibly emotionally demanding. Our dedicated staff rise to that occasion 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and they do so with professionalism, with enthusiasm, with compassion, and with a whole lot of resilience and partnership with our community. Today, as Amanda noted, we're going to walk through the CWS process and throughout that recognize and honor the frontline social workers who carry out our mission with unwavering commitment each day. On the previous slide, you will see reflected some photos of what makes up some of our child welfare team. It is a small but mighty team. Reflected here are some collective trainings that they've had the opportunity to do, as well as our all-staff meetings and some holiday celebrations as well. Commonly, our community only has cause to interface with some of our front-end services, primarily our child abuse and neglect reporting line, and on occasion, when necessitated, in the course of a child abuse or neglect investigation. However, there is a whole spectrum of services that are encompassed within the child welfare continuum of care. Those services seek to continually assess for safety, provide support to families, and really enhance our ability to support the community and children with finding permanency and well-being throughout their involvement with our system. All the work done through the continuum of care is guided by state and federal mandates, by the Welfare and Institution Code, Division 31, the Penal Code, Indian Child Welfare Act, and our internal policies and procedures. So there's a lot of process that goes through each stage of a family's involvement with our system. I have the great pleasure of working alongside a pretty small but mighty team of social workers, supervisors, social service aides, and our youth support specialist team as the program manager over our emergency response program. The emergency response program encompasses our screening unit, which manages our child abuse and neglect reporting hotline, as well as an investigations unit, actually 2 units of investigators that conduct investigations of child abuse and neglect, and then the youth support specialist team that provides support to young people who have complex needs. Our child abuse and neglect reporting line serves as the front door for our system. Any family that interfaces with the child welfare system will first come to the attention of the department through a report at the hotline level. That team is made up of a small number of skilled and highly trained social workers who provide community service, support, and understanding to those who make a report of child abuse and neglect, who have developed some level of concern about the well-being of a family or a child. We also take those reports in real time, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We are available to receive information about the safety and well-being of children in our community. That team has processed over 3,200 referrals in the last year, which is an incredible number of concerns that have been raised from the community about safety and well-being of children. We additionally partner at the hotline level with our partners in law enforcement and our tribal partners by cross-reporting allegations to our partners as necessitated by the Indian Child Welfare Act and the Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Act. The Emergency Response Investigating Team is responsible for responding to and assessing for the safety of all children involved in any report of child abuse or neglect that is assigned for investigation throughout the broad expanse of Humboldt County, which we know is geographically quite large, and that small but mighty team handles all of those investigations. The assignment as an emergency response investigator is incredibly fast-paced, and it requires continual and vigilant assessments of safety for every open investigation for as long as it remains open. Those investigations and assessments of safety are conducted in collaboration with community partners, family members, partners in education, our tribal partners, and our partners in law enforcement. On any given day in Humboldt County, there are approximately 100 investigations of child abuse or neglect underway. In 2024, we investigated 1,045 child abuse and neglect allegations, and those investigations were completed. If assessment of safety in an investigation indicates that there is a need for continued involvement, or the risk level supports that child welfare must have continued involvement with that family, those investigations result in the assignment of a case managing social worker in one of our ongoing services programs that Cherie is going to walk us through.
So if it is determined that there needs to be some kind of case, what we call an intervention to keep children safe and to promote well-being for families in our community, there are different types of interventions that we provide to families. Some of those, the first one is called family maintenance. And in a family maintenance case, there could be court oversight along with child welfare, or there could be non-court and child welfare is still providing oversight and monitoring. In either of those family maintenance situations, kids remain in the home with at least monthly visits, intense case management, links to resources, attending to child safety, like with ongoing assessments. And so that's one type of intervention that we can offer for families. A more strict intervention would be on the next slide, and that is what is called family reunification. Family reunification is also called like when we have the kids in protective custody. So the children in these kind of intervention cases are out of the home and in a foster or relative or a tribally approved home while the parents address the safety concerns that led to the children being out of their care. In either of those kind of circumstances, there would be what's called a court-ordered case plan, or if for the non-court case, there would still be a case plan. And I like to think of that as the roadmap for parents to address the issues and the concerns that the department has found. And it's the roadmap to get their kids back into their care, or for child welfare to feel confident and the risk to be such that we could step away and they could safely parent their children. If they're not able to do that, get their children back, and if the children are out of their care and they're not able to maintain them back into their custody, then child welfare will be looking at permanency for those children. And actually permanency starts from day one of removal, because we don't want kids to languish in foster care any longer than they have to. And so we do have a permanency unit dedicated to finding children their forever home. And really addressing any needs that those kids have for their long-time well-being. And so those are most of our case management intervention programs at child welfare. There is an overlay of, I think we'll go to the next slide. I might be getting ahead of myself. Okay, all of those programs that I just mentioned, we also have a sister partnering program, and that is our Indian Child Welfare that specializes in providing culturally appropriate services to Native American families, and I'll let Pam talk about those.
Thank you, Sherry. So as Amanda mentioned in her opening, around 4 years ago at this point, the department, with strong support from Amanda and Connie, decided to develop an ICWA program so that there was a place where any investigations or cases regarding a Native child would reside, and that the staff in that program would receive specialized training to best serve that Native child. And oh goodness, yes, is that better? Okay. And so once a child has been identified at the intake, at the screening, the screeners asked, does this child have Native American ancestry? If the reporting party answers yes, or if there's documentation or indication in CMS, then a reach out to that child's tribe is made. Once we are able to verify eligibility or enrollment of that child with the tribe, we are then in partnership with that tribe throughout the life of our involvement with that family. And what I mean when I say partnership, I mean in collaboration and in partnership in our decision making as to what will happen within that case. Last year, we were able to finalize in partnership with with tribal partners what we call our vision work, our vision statement. And so if I may read it quickly, it says, it is the vision of Humboldt County Child Welfare Services and local tribes that decisions will be made collaboratively with humility and respect towards both tribal and county staff, and with deference to tribes whenever possible. And so that's something that Amanda briefly mentioned, is the child welfare feels very strongly in order to honor a tribe's sovereign rights and honor that tribes are experts on their tribal communities and on their tribal children, that we are committed to deferring whenever possible. And so that was tremendous work, and that we are still, we're still working on it. We're still moving forward. We also have our Family Wellness Court. So Family Wellness Court, it was something that Cherie played a big part in developing probably like 7 years ago at this point. And that consists of both joint jurisdiction court and then also state court. And so this is a way for families to have a very unique experience through their dependency process. And the joint jurisdiction courts include the Hoopa Valley Tribe and then also the Yurok Tribe, the dependency judge, and then also judges from both Hoopa and Yurok. And it just really is, we have seen some success for families going through Family Wellness Court. Something else I want to note is joint training. So for ICWA programs, something that we do a little different is we really try to train jointly with tribal partners whenever we can. And the reason for this is because it helps to create a common lens. And in the hopes that as we're doing this work collaboratively, that our assessments of child safety, our assessment of what a family needs becomes more and more and more in alignment, and that it really helps county staff have a more culturally sensitive and culturally appropriate lens to as how we're seeing, seeing the work. And so the reason that all of this that I just mentioned is important is because as we continue to grow and develop as a program, we want to not only meet the needs of the community, but we want to support better outcomes for Native children. And so we are still on our journey, and I feel very, very blessed to be the manager of the ICWA program. And I'm going to be transparent. I forgot my notes at the office, so I'm winging it a little bit, and I hope I didn't forget anything. So then we'll just move on into.
Okay, so thank you, Pam. That was a great explanation of our ICWA program. One other, not last but not least, at the tail end, we have our extended foster care program, and that is for youth who have been in foster care and would like to get extra support as they reach their adulthood. And that support could look like services, monetary support, help with college, things like that. So we do have our extended foster care program as well. And then we couldn't do any of this without the many support staff that child welfare has that sometimes is interfacing in our community, and sometimes they're at their office diligently doing the behind the scenes work. Kim mentioned our youth support specialists. We also have an independent living services program where we have social workers dedicated to providing those skills and opportunities for our young adults to get their driver's license, to do college prep material, to learn how to manage a checkbook if people still do checkbooks. So all the things that you may need to know to enter into adulthood. We also have a court program. And so we have a couple dedicated programs that are doing our court report writing to ensure that we have timely court reports and that parents have their due process met, so that they have timely hearings and can get their rulings from the judge in a timely manner. We also have clerical. Clerical does a lot of behind the scenes work. They do our lobby reception. They answer all of our phones. They do our court report filing, case filing, and organization, and really help keep everything running within our agency. We also have our placement unit. Our placement unit, I would say, finds all of our placements, and they are diligently working on both emergency placement and long-term permanent homes for all of our foster youth. And so they're a very important part of what we do. And then we also have Resource Family, which Resource Family approval also is important because they're doing all the assessments and licensing of our potential foster homes, whether that's relative, our native homes, or non-relatives. And so they're making sure that they're going through all the training and getting the certifications that they need to safely parent our foster children. And then we have our workforce development. And workforce development is also integral because they not only train our staff that are entering into our system, or entering into our workforce, so our brand new social workers, but they're also providing ongoing training support for our staff that have been here, for our ICWA program and the joint training Pam talked about. So it is definitely for our new staff and also development of our ongoing workforce. So we couldn't do anything that we do every day as social workers without our integral support programs. And then before we end today, I wanted to highlight a few of our year-end program highlights. So for 2024, we had 91.5% timely investigation closure. And that's a really big deal because a couple of years ago, it was a struggle for us. So we put a lot of resources, time, energy, and planning around this and continue to be in the top 5 in the state of California. Maybe even more, but I'll just go with top 5. And then also with our timely court reports, in the creation of the court program that I talked about, along with the energy and prioritizing the need for timely court reports, we've been able to increase from 37.9% in January to 100% in December. And we continue to see that 100% month and month beyond December, which is absolutely amazing. And then Pam did read the ICWA Vision Work quote. That's also super powerful, and it is, people around the state are talking about our ICWA vision work that we're doing, and we have like Office of Tribal Affairs and other people noting that we are setting the standard for ICWA work, and I think that that's just so important because it's challenging and rewarding, and it's what's needed for our Native foster youth in our community. forgot the thumbs up. So as we end, I just want to thank you all for your ongoing support for the work that we do at Child Welfare. We did a Wordle, so we asked some workers what is one word that best describes the role of a child welfare social worker in a child and family. And here's some of the words that they put together: advocate, empowerer, support, empathy, helpful. So we thought we'd end with that. And then we have one more slide with just some pictures from the social worker appreciation that we've done throughout the month. And I want to thank every one of you guys for your time and your ongoing support for our work.
Thank you. I am going to bring it back to the board for comments and questions. And Supervisor Arroyo?
I don't have any questions. I just want to appreciate the work towards getting just so much progress to close out those cases and to be responsive to community feedback that you've received. I know it's not easy. You take a lot of heat, and I am very conscious of that and how hard that must be. And your work is inherently some of the most stressful time in people's lives. We all know that, and so when we hear from our constituents, we also take that seriously and understand that there's a lot to the picture. But thank you for working so hard to be receptive and responsive, and just keep doing the good work.
So we're going to get ready to go out to public comment, which we're going to do the Zoom first, but Supervisor Madrone has a comment, and then I have a comment as well.
Yeah, really echoing what Supervisor Arroyo said. It's not easy work. This is some of the most difficult work there is to do out there in social services, and I appreciate the strides you've made and the focus on trying to work with tribes. We're not easy to work with at the county, and it's not easy to work with tribes, but when both sides make a concerted effort to really try and improve on that, we see progress. So I just want to really thank you all for your hard work, and all those that aren't here today that are on the line, those that were in the pictures up there and stuff. And it's mostly women. I mean, what's up with the men here, right? It's like, I mean, there's good men out there too and stuff, but the women, I mean, you guys are just really carrying an amazing load and stepping up and trying to provide these services to families. So thank you all for that effort. Appreciate it.
I did see some men on there, so I don't want to diminish, whatever everybody's effort, but I want to echo back what you said. We don't always see and know what you're doing either, like you don't of us, and so that's a part of the organization, and being so large, we only hear, I think as Supervisor Arroyo had said, we hear from our constituents, and it's not always, most of the times when people are upset, and so we don't get to hear that good part. And so I appreciate this today and letting us know, what the efforts are behind everything that you're doing. And I do know that good work happens, and it is difficult because you do hear that negative more than you hear the positive. But I just want to echo back. We don't always know or see, but we are so grateful, at least I am. I'm so grateful for the efforts that you all do on our behalf. And so with that, we're going to go to Supervisor Bohn.
I've been able to go to a few of our government-to-government discussions with the tribes and stuff, and I appreciate everything else. But as was stated, we hear from people. You have to understand, a lot of the people we hear, not a lot, but some of the people we hear from don't know squat. They just like to hear themselves talk. Do not wear that. You guys do amazing work. We're getting better at the things where we were short, and we're getting really good at the stuff we have under control. So I appreciate that, but usually the people that scream the loudest know the least. So thanks for everything you do.
So we're going to go to public comment on the Zoom first.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I'm going to unmute you, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning, Rex. You're referring to me not knowing squat. Well, I do know squat. I'm glad. very pleased to hear that things are changing. I've never heard the word ICWA so much in my life. And if someone not knowing squad has to bring this to your attention to get this here, then something's broken and wrong. I'm going to give you a hypothetical, and it sounds like you have a new person handling ICWA. Hypothetically, if the person handling ICWA before, probably 9 months ago or more, told someone you don't qualify for it, you're not qualified, we're not going to take anything to the tribe, and we're not going to help you with this. And right now, circumstantial evidence, hypothetically, would be the tribe's totally involved in this. This person gaslighted and lied to the tribal member. And this is what's so irritating to those of us who, quote unquote, don't know squat. And then what happens is, of course, you end up in a court system, and hypothetically, after being blocked from seeing their child for 6 months, hypothetically, let's just say the judge says we will have immediate child visitation. Hypothetically, CWS did nothing to put the family back together. And it's a very interesting process that's being told here. And I would hope that it's true and it is changing. But it has not been that way. And that's not just the only instance. There's other ones out there. So I really hope that they're going to walk this walk and talk the talk and unwind the devastation that the lack of respect for ICWA has caused. And I'm not going to let go of this. Rex, you know me. And you can say, I don't know squat all you want to, but in this topic, I know a hell of a lot more than you do because I'm personally involved in it. And so I would hope that maybe in the future you wouldn't try and shield the public from speaking on these kind of topics. I do want to have great respect for the people who are doing good work. For those of those who have not done good work regarding ICWA, I will just go ahead and, like my mother says, if you don't have any nice thing to say, don't say anything at all.
Thank you. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in the room on this item? Come to the podium, please. And if you could pull the microphone down towards you. Hi, welcome.
Hi. I've never done this before, and this was kind of on a whim. As I was sitting in ICU with my husband, my name is Kiana. My children, Kyrie, Kinsley, Camila, and Phoenix Harris have been in the system since we moved here from Utah, November 15th of 2024. I've been alienated from my children. Not only that, my children have been separated, including 2 ICWA children, Phoenix and Camila. My husband, Brad, he's likely not going to survive what has happened to him, and what has happened to him would have never happened to him if all of these things that you're putting up on the TV screen that look so good, if we had received any help, he wouldn't be there. I would have been able to see my son, my last child I can't have anymore, my only son, walk. I wouldn't have to grieve and grieve and grieve every day just to be told that I'm unstable. I'm a business owner and an educator from Utah for over a decade. I'm a good mom. I am a good mom. And now my children don't even know me. There has been no efforts to reunify my family, not even to reunify my children who never spent a day apart in their life. And with my babies being tribal, they never should have been removed from my care, as they were placed in a foster care that was unknown, abuse that had to be reported and hidden. My husband and I have been out here fighting for our lives, our family separated. My children they matter, and Brad matters because he may not make it, and all he wanted was his kids, and all he wanted was for you guys to reunify us, so he had a reason. I think he's 24.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room? I will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
I will make a motion to receive and file this report. I do want to appreciate everyone's efforts in this. None of these systems are perfect. I have personally had family that has had issues with these systems in other states, actually not here in this state. But it's just like anything else we do in these services that we offer. It's the heart and the intellect and the drive of the folks iterating to do better and with that mission fully in their sights. And so I really want to appreciate that effort that you guys are putting in that. And I know that there's been some rough road in the past here, and some might theorize that we should just throw it all away. I think that's probably not the best option. The best option is to have frank and real discussions, have open dialogue, and again, do better. Perfection is an impossible, but the arc to get there is everyone's duty. So I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Can I get a second?
A second.
Okay, and is there any comment from this board? I want to recognize that, CWS is difficult for families, and we just heard a comment from a mom that obviously, is heartbroken, and it tugs at your hearts, and we don't know the whole situation, obviously. We know her comment, but I want to echo what Supervisor Wilson said. It's not perfect, and I think we strive to do better, and there are situations that happen, and it's difficult to, first of all, not know the situation, and to know that, a mom is suffering to be back with her children. And I don't know what else to say to that, except for I hope that in the future she can be reunited with her children, as I hope all parents can be reunited with their children. So with that, I think that we have a first and second. And I will offer staff to reply if they would like to make an additional comment. Okay, so we're going to take a vote then.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to staff. I appreciate you guys coming over on a phone call. So the next item we're going to go to is a public hearing from Planning and Building, and I'm going to give staff time to come to the podium. Where's Rex going? It just irritates the shit out of me. I guess we'll start without him. Okay, so I am going to open the public hearing for an appeal of a suspension of a conditional use permit and modification of a conditional use permit for cannabis cultivation for Manna Farms, LLC, record number PLN 12280-CUP. First of all, I would like to ask if there is any, what's the word?
Ex parte.
Ex parte that the board needs to disclose. No? Okay, then I will pass it to Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Good morning. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford, Cliff Johnson, and Michael Kine to present the appeal of the suspension and revocation for Manna Farms. This item was originally heard on February 25th. when the board considered the staff recommendation and testimony from the permit holder. The board chose not to revoke the permit, but continued the item so that it could be modified, including adding conditions and revising conditions. Mr. Kine will now go through the modifications that have been brought forward for the board. Let me bring that up.
Good morning, Chair Bushnell and supervisors and staff.
Please pull the microphone towards you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Bushnell, supervisors and staff. I'll be going over a quick recap of what we discussed back on the 25th of February and then where we are today. Here is a overview location of the farm. You can see the push pin in the map. Just to the left of that is the community of Bridgeville. Next slide. This is an overview, aerial view of the property. You can see the cultivation areas towards the center, marked in white. Those are the hoop houses, and then Little Larrabee Creek to the south of that. The original project was filed for on December 22nd, 2016, and approved on June 8th, 2020 by the Humboldt County Planning Commission. The compliance agreement was originally signed March 17th, 2021. The permit was then transferred to the current operator, Kathy Ann Hall, on April 4th, 2023, and the property itself is held by CTCC LLC. On October 24th, 2024, a search warrant was served by Department of Fish and Wildlife on this parcel for an illegal water diversion. The planning department assisted in this inspection and found the permit to be non-compliant in several instances. On October 31st, 2024, a suspension letter was sent, and on November 13th, 2024, a revocation hearing notice was sent certified mail. Most recently, on February 25th, 2025, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors heard the permit holder's requested appeal of suspension and the planning department's revocation on PLN 12280 Manna Farms. The planning department requested the revocation of the permit due to unauthorized diversion of water from Little Larrabee Creek for cultivation purposes, as well as violations of conditions of approval, solid waste management concerns, power source issues, hazardous waste, pollution in Little Larrabee Creek, and inconsistent water monitoring. The board decided to continue the hearing on to March 25th, 2025 to allow the county staff to develop and update the resolution and revise conditions of approval with a vote of 4-0. The additional and modified conditions of approval include requirement for all outstanding conditions to be completed prior to lifting the suspension, documentation that the solar system can provide all the power requirements needed for the operation, additional specific requirements regarding annual groundwater well testing. Furthermore, the requirement for additional inspections without prior notice, the requirement to pay all outstanding fees, including costs of processing the suspension appeal, revocation, and use, and the use permit modification. And additionally, the conditions of approval makes clear that any violations of these conditions shall be grounds for scheduling a revocation hearing. It is the Planning and Building Department's recommendation to adopt the resolution which denies the appeal of the suspension and modifies the conditional use permit to include the revised and added conditions of approval. And I'm available for any further questions.
Thank you. Director Ford, would you like to add anything? I'm going to ask the applicant.
Just for clarity, the reason we're recommending for denial of the suspension is that we are recommending the suspensions remain in place until that list of conditions are complied with.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Any clarifying questions? Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, one, as I understand it, the Measure S taxes have been paid, brought up, as well as past fees, but they haven't been billed yet for the recent costs of all the appeal hearings and everything else, which was a condition listed up there. So whatever actions we take today, could we condition it on paying those current bills that have not been submitted yet but should be soon, probably?
I would say yes, but I would say that condition already exists.
It exists, right?
It exists. I think if I understood the condition correctly, it's like the board wanted to see the back costs that were overdue paid before it got back to hearing. Those have been paid.
Okay, and then there'll be a new bill for all the current costs.
Correct.
From that back stuff to the current. And if that's not paid, then the conditions would not be met.
Correct.
Okay. And so in order to be able to grow this summer, they would need to meet those conditions first.
Correct.
Otherwise, we'd be back to revocation.
Correct.
Okay, I like all the corrects. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Hall, would you like to speak?
Yes. Hello, good morning. So yeah, I have paid all the current fees up until this point. Obviously, I can't pay things I haven't been invoiced for, but that is my intention, that I would do that. And so I've been in speaking with Director Ford and Michael Kine over the last couple weeks, you know, because I really just want to stay super compliant and really make sure that I'm meeting all the conditions of approval, which I have met most of these conditions. And I would like to be able to grow this summer. I would like you guys to lift the suspension. There are a few things that are being reviewed by staff, and a couple things that would be ongoing, such as like the well testing and things like that. But I have the list of the conditions of approval that I just went over with Michael Kine yesterday, and we've completed almost everything on the list except what staff is reviewing. And one of the conditions was the solar. I am in a contract with Matt Tittman. I submitted an updated site plan to the county yesterday as well. That, you know, those are in the works. So, but one of my concerns with that is that this is something that's out of our control, and I do have the contract here with Green Wired Solar that they cannot begin the project start date until June of this year and completion by August of 2025. So if that remains a condition of approval, that has to be met, then that excludes me from being able to grow at all. I'm not really sure. I guess those are the main things, is the conditions of approval and the fees, which I've met everything that I can. I don't know if you guys are interested in hearing the conditions that are under review by staff, if you need to know what that is.
No, thank you, Kathy. We don't. Thank you for your statement. And then, so we're going to pass it back to staff. And then you can be asked back up by this board for clarifying questions. But I would like staff to be able to respond to your concerns about the conditions that you can't meet, and see what their thoughts are.
Sure.
So if you want to go ahead and sit back down.
Yes. Okay.
And then we will go back to staff and then back to this board.
Thank you.
Happy to respond, but I would ask that perhaps take public comment first. I do see a hand raised.
Okay. First of all, any clarifying questions from the board? Supervisor Bohn?
What is the estimated power usage? Is this going to be full light?
No.
Okay, it's a depth. Is it a?
This
Okay.
is basically for the well, and then any fans for drying or air movement there's no mixed light on their property.
And then clarification for the well, do you have, so you'll run the well to fill tanks that you have on site, and then you'll operate off of them for however long it takes, and then until you have to replenish? Am I close?
Yes.
So we're talking minimal use?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so at this time, we'll go out to public comment, and we will start with public comment on the Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I'm going to unmute you, and you will have 3 minutes.
Kim Sawatsky, when I get involved in anything, I try and know squat. And so I did my due diligence on here. Part of my concern is, and I voiced my opinion up above, is that I believe there's 8 permits that fall into the category of being held by this particular group. 7 of them have other violations or had violations noted. And I would hope that either, probably not at this time because it's not agendized such, but you would direct staff to bring you back the same kind of criteria and an agreement on all of these violated properties. I mean, there's a preponderance here to not follow the rules, or you wouldn't have everybody involved in this as far as those things go. And that's a major concern. It's a concern to me, you know, being what I refer to as a semi-environmentalist, you know, that there wouldn't be even more of a penalty regarding this, regarding the taking of the water out of Larrabee Creek, knowing quite well with this amount of permits that that's not something to do, common sense to say. The other thing is, their water source did not sound like in the reports I saw that it's ever going to come up. That's why they were stealing it out of the creek. The amount of solar they need on here is minimal, it sounds like to me. And I'm guessing there's other sources as far as they can get that in if they feel to grow. Maybe they have to pay extra. Maybe they have to put it in themselves. I think that's within the ability of them to satisfy that. So if they want to grow this year, I strongly support you hold them the conditions to have the solar system in there. And then you also start the process or recommend staff do the process to review the other sites there. And hopefully they're all paid up, Measure S, and hopefully all their funds are paid. Because you kind of have to bundle somebody together, in my opinion, as far as their credibility on these kind of projects. So I do appreciate the opportunity to speak on this particular topic, and I do try and do my due diligence contrary to what people accuse me of. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in the room on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and I will go back to staff. Director Ford?
So the condition on the well is not one of the conditions that needs to be completed before the suspension is lifted. That is an annual requirement that is down below condition 15. You'll recall conditions 2 through 15 are the conditions that need to be complied with. Condition number 7, though, does relate to the permitting of the solar arrays. It always was something that should have been completed within 2 years. That's why we proposed just having that done, all those conditions completed before the suspension is lifted. It is within the board's discretion to allow that solar array to be completed by the end of August if that's what it's going to take to get it done, and allow them to begin to cultivate.
Thank you. I'll just ask a question. Do you have, has Ms. Hall gave you the information that the solar can't be done until the end of 2025?
Yeah, she does have the contract.
Do you have the contract?
I do not have it in front of me now. She did present it to me yesterday.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to bring it back to this board for Supervisor Bohn.
Are you planning on 1 turn or 2 turns? Depending what happens today, probably depends quite a bit on that, but
Please come to the podium.
Sorry, yes, correct.
Thank
Yes.
you.
2?
I don't.
If the stars align?
If the stars align, that would
Basically,
be
the sun
beautiful.
aligns,
Yes.
but okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Hall before she sits back down? Nope, okay, thank you. Thank you. I would be looking, okay, Supervisor Wilson.
So, John, is it the assumption that that if there's no solar for the summer and there was a temporary approval to do this, but to I don't know, to postpone this one element, that generators would be used to pump? Okay, because there isn't another electric source there, and so is there any kind of gauge or expectation on how much that would be used?
Well, obviously, all the items that Mr. Kine identified, primarily the well during the cultivation season, then perhaps fans either within the greenhouses and or within the drying area would be run off the generator.
I was just kind of wondering, like, is that like 5 hours during the summer, 50 hours, 500 hours? Is there any order of magnitude of understanding of how much that would be happening?
During the cultivation season, unless the during the cultivation season, very little for the well, a couple hours a day. For the if there's fans in the greenhouses, that would probably be in the afternoons just to get the heat out of there. So maybe 3 hours a day.
So on a daily basis, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Supervisor Arroyo.
So just to be really clear on this point, that it sounds like there was some communication around the well testing and other items that, does it sound like those can be completed in fairly short order? I know this contract with the solar is the thing that is likely to take the longest, but of those other items, does it seem like they're close to completion or?
All the items are close to completion. The well testing would not be able to happen until the dry season.
I see.
But I believe that's one of the things that Director Ford had mentioned, that would be not be an issue on our end.
Sure.
So
Okay.
I think at this point, the
I see.
solar is their main concern. And then the other items that we discussed yesterday, I believe we're in good shape. So I think they're moving forward very well with what's required.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion, please.
I guess what I'm asking staff is, does this exception seem reasonable to you or not? I mean, and I just want to, because I have to tell you, when I after our last go around on this item, I kind of walked away from there feeling like, we should have just, revoked this permit and moved on, because, as you know, this kind of back and forth kind of sucks the lifeblood out of our planning staff, and it's I don't know, and we're just having more and more troubles with folks being able to come into compliance at this level. So I was planning on coming into this moment today basically saying, like, no exceptions, like this, being very forthright about, like, if there's just, the threshold is like 0 on everything here, and if you see any violations, we're done. Like, we're moving on. So how do you feel about this particular one? Because what we're asked is to make an exception, and I was already kind of like not interested in exceptions.
Yeah. So coming out of the last hearing, I think the applicant has been diligent about attempting to come into compliance with all the conditions of approval. And it is beyond an applicant permit holder's control when a contractor can come and do the work. We run into that a lot. So just for the one exception to allow an extension of the time to install this, get the solar permitted, I don't perceive that as being a huge issue at this point. If you put everything else aside, that'd be a very minor issue. Normally, these later permits were conditioned to have all of the generators done away with, moving to solar by January 1st of 2026. So we're still within that window, even continuing it to August.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's the sum total of my expectations or questions around this. I will, I'm not going to make a motion on this just for whatever that's worth, but whatever the board comes to a conclusion on, I'll support. Thanks.
Well, I'll make a motion for staff recommendations with the exception that the solar requirement be extended to the end of August 2025. Go ahead. Can we, is there anybody that
Second for discussion.
Thank you.
So if we're sitting here at August 29th and there's no solar, since you just called out August being the drop dead date, is that the day that she just ceases operations?
I mean, I could modify to January 1st, 2026, since that is what you just indicated. Would that be more appropriate?
That would take us out of having to make some of those decisions
Okay.
during a cultivation season.
Okay,
yes.
so I'll amend that motion to be, how about December 31st, 2025?
Sounds good.
Seconder will approve that. Just for the basic reason, it takes the whole thing out of her hands and puts it in the contractor's hands. And I don't know if he rides a motorcycle dangerously or anything else and not be able to finish the job and find another contractor. So in turn, I would support that change.
So anybody else? So I will bring it back to the board for a motion or for a vote. However, Kathy, I do want to recognize that, thank you for making your efforts and following through with staff to complete those. It was highly, as you heard Supervisor Wilson say, he went away, I think a bunch of our board members went away thinking, oh my gosh, what do we do? Because it's not really what we do normally. And so I'm glad that you're working towards compliance and that you seem to be making that effort. I still think, it is highly not what we do, especially with the issues that arose around your permit. And I wish you success this year in following all your compliance. And just a reminder that you are going to probably get some unannounced inspections. And so follow all that to the T.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we have a motion on the board, a first and a second, and we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff. So at this time, we are going to go to our time set at 11:30, which is our closed session items. And I am, County Council, do you want to read them into the record?
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6 in order to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D4 in order to discuss the initiation of litigation in one potential case. And finally, it is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of Faustino Cayetano versus County of Santa Barbara et al., case number 2:25-CV-01723-CV-E, Christopher Mitchell versus County of Humboldt et al., case number 3:24-CV-03845-RFL, and Friends of the Eel River versus County of Humboldt et al., Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV-2201-593.
Okay, thank you. Michael, I'm going to ask you to step out in the hallway, please. Thank you. We will go out to public comment, and we will go to Zoom first.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you, and you will have 3 minutes.
Okay, Kensawowski, I think item 4 might be that case that has been set aside by the 9th District Court, but of course we never know where that'll be appealed. It's what I'm remembering regarding the illegal use. Federal jurisdiction, or you can't do things that are federally illegal. Anyway, maybe it's a different one. Anyway, I do wish to speak on initiation of litigation. Last time I recall this happening, I believe I referred to it early, was the Bob McKee case, cost the county $13 million. It's perceived by the public that this may be regarding the Fisher Road situation with the Patton family out there. And I think it's been mentioned that it's the will of the people, but I think they have over 400 signatures saying that they have support of the will of the people. I caution you on this because my understanding is, and I could be corrected, if you file this litigation, which appears to be to the benefit of the Great Redwood Trail, which appears to be broke, to be the beneficiaries, that, in my opinion, it's a misappropriation of funds to be doing other people legal work and exposing yourself to major liability. It's a first thing, of course, not giving people legal advice. You file a countersuit, a frivolous lawsuit, and once that happens, there is no way that you get reimbursed by any kind of, you could drop that suit and it still moves forward, is my understanding, and comes to fruition with the judgment as far as things go. So strongly suggest us being broke. And it's kind of strange, I guess, if a countersuit was filed, it would be filed in the city of Blue Lake City Hall, Post Office Box and City Hall. And of course, Blue Lake would be named in that because they're the point of service as far as the countersuit goes. So kind of a big nest of worms. You want to go ahead and kick the hornet's nest? I reviewed 95% of the papers, and I'd say there's at least 95% chance you would lose on that kind of litigation. So maybe I don't know squat, but I do pay attention and I do my homework. Thank you for my opportunity to speak. Highly recommend that you don't move forward suing somebody. We don't need to put ourselves in that position for countersuits. Thank you for my opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, I will close public comment. We are going to take 5 minutes and then conclude to recess into closed session, and we will not be back until 1:30. Okay, we're in recess. Thank you. We just came back out of closed session, and I'm going to ask County Council if there's anything to report.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items G3 and G5 through G7. With regard to item G4, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Humboldt County Council's office to defend the County of Humboldt in the case of Faustino Cayetano versus County of Santa Barbara et al., case number 2:25-CV-01723-CV-E.
Okay, thank you. Before we go on to our next item, my vice chair is going to just do a little disclosure, please.
Well, is that off there? Okay, great. That's okay. Not a disclosure, just a statement that we're doing at these events. my first draft of it, so we'll see how it goes, and then we can edit it later. The Humboldt County Board of Supervisors aims to ensure that all voices are heard and that everyone feels comfortable participating in our meetings. To promote fairness, inclusivity, and respect, we discourage clapping, cheering, booing, as these loud reactions can be disruptive and may discourage others, some with differing viewpoints, from speaking. Instead, if you are inspired to react, we ask you consider silent gestures like finger wiggling and show support, and in a way that maintains order and allows open, balanced discussion. However, there are some exceptions, such as celebrations of retirements, awards, and puppies.
Thank you. So we're going to go to our 1:30 time set. Reconsideration of Board of Supervisors, October 24th, 2023. Direction relative to payments of Measure S taxes. And we're going to go to staff first, and I believe Director Ford is going to present.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bushnell, members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is Amy Christensen, the Treasurer Tax Collector, and Morgan Whitney of the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. We do have a thank you. Whitney Morgan. Did I do that? Thank you. Okay. So just by way of a little background, the Board of Supervisors back on October 24th of 2023, based upon the finding that there was a substantial amount of taxes that were due, and also payment of fees to the Planning and Building Department, directed that by March 31st of 2024, the cannabis cultivators needed to pay the fees due to the Planning and Building Department and also enter into a payment plan for any overdue Measure S taxes. The Measure S taxes were to be paid by March 31st, 2025, which is rapidly approaching. So the question before you today is whether you want to continue with the original direction or whether you want to choose another alternative. So just a little bit of an update relative to what has been happening relative to payment of Measure S taxes. We show that there's a total the total number of active permits is 1,861. I want to separate out that there are 210 that did not enter into a payment plan. So those really are already in the process of, they have been suspended and they are in the process of being brought forward to the Board of Supervisors for revocation. I believe we've brought forward now 36 that have been revoked. But there are 1,000, and I would say, so the total active permits that are really, and this number is not up there, but if you subtracted the 210, it's 1,651 permits that are active right now. Of those, 1,228 have no outstanding Measure S taxes and did not enter into a payment plan. Of the active permits, there's currently 423 that entered into a payment plan with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. 29 of those have been paid off. You can see the numbers there. I'm hesitant to read them all, but it's probably important to think about. So of those with a payment plan that made no payments, there were 26, and 295 only made one payment. There were 48 permit holders that made 2 to 5 payments, 11 permit holders that made 6 to 9 payments, and 15 permit holders that made more than 10 payments. So just putting that into a little bit of context, there are 76% of all active permit holders who have paid off their Measure S already. That leaves 24% of the permit holders who entered into a payment plan. And just as an irony, 76% who entered into a payment plan made 0 or 1 payment. So there's some considerations. I think that there's been a lot of discussion about whether the March 31st, 2025 deadline should be extended or should it be held firm. But, you know, looking at these numbers, there are permit holders who have been actively engaged in trying to pay off their tax obligation. 15, as you saw, had more than 10 payments. 11 had 6 to 9 payments. I'm also finding that there are people who have fulfilled conditions of approval, either with the county, complying with county conditions to install improvements, or state agency conditions, particularly with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, where they were required to put new culverts in on their roads. And so it may be a consideration for the board to think about giving people the opportunity to finish paying off their taxes, since they have been working on them, or for others who have really had some pretty big expenses to comply with conditions, to give some consideration to that. There's also at least one other permit, maybe others, that really had permitting issues that resulted in legal considerations that really affected their ability to pay their taxes. So the alternatives that were presented in the board report is first maintaining the original direction dating back to October 24th of 2023. What this would result in is in early April, those who have not paid off their Measure S obligations would be suspended, and then they would be brought forward for revocation in summer of 2025. That is, of course, unless payments are made. If their obligations are fulfilled, the suspension would be lifted, the revocation would not occur. The second option that was presented in the board report was to provide a limited time extension. This would allow people who have been working on paying off their taxes and eligible to people who are paying off their taxes, people who have already paid more than 50% of their taxes, to give them a time extension. Others who may have improvements that are greater than their tax obligation or other permitting issues. Something that came up in a discussion before today's meeting is that September 30th is around 6 months, but perhaps is too soon. And really, if we're giving people an extension of time, it should be until they have time to complete their cultivation season and dry and sell their product. And so, frankly, staff would be fine with extending that to December 31st of 2025. The third option was to extend the time frame for all farmers, say for a year, that have entered into a payment agreement. So we provided a recommendation to choose what was alternative 2 above, that those who have paid at least 50% of their tax obligation or spent an amount of money equal to their tax obligation in condition compliance, or have some other extreme condition that affected their ability to pay, to have an extension, says September 31st, 2025 there, but that could easily be December 31st, 2025. Also wanted to point out that there are some difficulties with Measure S to begin with, and while this is not on today's agenda, and so the board needs to be cautious about how much of this you discussed today, that perhaps this could be agendized at a future date to have a discussion about what the future of Measure S should be. And then third, to direct staff to develop a program to either recapture owed taxes and to provide accountability for lack of payment. That's something that really has not been significantly addressed before this point, but we do believe that it is something that's important, that folks that choose not to pay their Measure S taxes should still be held accountable for that. And so that really is the end of the presentation. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have, or give Ms. Christensen the opportunity to add anything that I may have missed.
Okay, so I would like to go out to public comment, but I would allow for the board to make clarifying questions to Director Ford, if there are any. No? And Amy, you don't have anything to add? Okay. So we are going to, at this time, go to public comment, and we will start with Zoom first.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you, and you have 3 minutes.
Ken Swansky here. I'm trying to represent, I do know a little bit diddly squat on this topic. I wrote the opposition to Measure S when it started, and here we are. I do support the concept that the people should be respected who have made the effort and have paid their taxes. I do also support something where those who have paid 50% of their taxes, which has shown they're doing their due diligence, not $100 to get to play for a whole year, and that going on and on. But if they paid 50% and you want to give them 6 months, to me that was a reasonable date. Sounds like Mr. Ford, your director there, is saying he'd be willing to go to December 31st. And then maybe we can be done with this if we do go that extra date. A lot of these people have 2, 3, or 4 crops. In my opinion, they shouldn't be waiting till the last minute. It doesn't seem to work for them. It doesn't work for the county. It doesn't work for the public. So those people, I highly recommend they don't wait till the last minute. I think that's way extremely generous latitude you've been having here. It's been even mentioned to me that the people who have paid their Measure S taxes in full maybe even be forgiven the current tax that's coming up due in the near future if they paid those all off. Otherwise, if they haven't paid those all current, I strongly support you going ahead and continuing the tax. And then again, as was stated, it's not on the agenda, but sometime in the future we need to take this back to the voters, hopefully, and eliminate this tax in its entirety. That's another topic for another meeting. So that's my input from the public who's been watching this for a long time. And it's unfortunate what's happened, but it's what it is. And some of us just have, unfortunately, the position, I told you so. But please fix this and respect the people who have paid their taxes. A lot of them have busted their butts and they've taken second jobs and they paid them down to next to nothing. And those are the people I respect. And please, the people who don't fall in that category, at least have 50% of your taxes paid by March 31st. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Caller 8120, I will unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes. Caller 8120.
Come back to that one, please.
Okay. Caller 3053, I will unmute you, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Thomas Boulder here. I just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I made a lot of statements kind of where I stand last week. I kind of made those statements so that way the board could kind of think about them. I still feel that there should be leeway. The thing that I didn't hear in the staff report is this is 2020 and 2021 cultivation taxes, I believe. I know many farmers were burnt. I know our farm was burnt by distributors well over 6 figures. So that is, you know, unfortunately companies grabbed product, went out of business, or they grabbed product and you had to fight with attorneys to get it back. And by the time you got it back, it was brown. If you remember, a bunch of farms composted probably hundreds of pounds that year. There's stuff all over Instagram. I remember seeing stories because it just wasn't selling, overproduced. That's because of the state lifting the 1 acre cap. So I want you to have considerations of that. You know, I don't know how staff's going to determine what the cost of improvements were for people that have completed their compliance agreements. I know I've completed both. I got the Category 4 road all the way to the farm, a bunch of water storage, all kinds of environmental upgrades, even cleaned up all the stuff from the 60s logging that I was forced to do. That being said, you know, you got to think of all the jobs. Right now, we're in a downturn economy. Even logging's taking a hit right now, not going forward the way people thought. So think about the jobs that will be lost if you decide to revoke or suspend whatever you end up doing. And you have to go to December, because if it's a full-term farm or one-crop farm, you're basically saying September, we might as well shut you down now. Just food for thought. It's very rough. I understand you have budget decisions and all kinds of things, and I wish you the best of luck. I'll be trying to listen in, but thankful for the ability to run a chainsaw and cut down trees to mill them up. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Caller 8120, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes. No, I won't.
So I think I want to remind you to press *9 and then you'll be prompted to be unmute, or *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. So please do that. Also, if you're listening to the TV, there's a delay. So don't listen to the TV, turn it off, and listen to the direction from from Kaylee. So we're going to try this one more time. Go ahead.
Okay. 8120, I'm going to unmute you, or you can press *6 and you will have 3 minutes. Okay. Call.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hey, everyone. Sorry about that. I had to figure out the *6. Yeah, I just wanted to, thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I'm someone who owes some money to Measure S. I've made 11 payments. I just want to explain the situation so you can understand what some of the farmers are going through. In 2021, I had some sales lined up. We sold the product to a licensed distributor who basically never paid us. It was a pretty heavy hit. I think a lot of businesses would have failed from something like that happening. We've done everything we could to show good faith to the county in terms of keeping our business alive and making what payments we have. Even with my 11 payments, I have not paid 50% of it. The thing that I'd like to show is that we are doing our best to keep up with it, to sustain our business, to stay alive, to contribute to our community the best that we can. And I would just advise you picking your third option, which is giving people a year to try to continue to bounce back from the losses that we took in 2021 and even in 2022, and give us a chance to show that we are continuing to maintain good faith and pay down the debt. I'm trying to think of what else would be really worth expressing to you, but I would have loved nothing more than to have collected that money and paid these taxes and moved past this. We were up to date with every other year besides that. And so we would just ask to show some grace to the farmers. We are doing our best in a very challenging situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 8913, I will unmute you, or you can press *6 and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Galen Doherty with Whitethorn Valley Farm in southern Humboldt. I hope that my comments today will help you to better understand the onerous burdens that this tax places on small independent cannabis businesses like ours, and why we have struggled to pay off this debt. We enrolled in a payment plan with the Humboldt County Tax Collector's Office in March of 2024 and made 2 payments of $500 towards our outstanding tax debt. However, we stopped making payments when it became clear that there was going to be grant funding to help pay these taxes. We submitted our application within the first hour of it going live. However, due to a server error, our submittal was not received, and we were forced to reapply later that day. Despite providing a screenshot showing the date time of our submission with the words, "Form has been submitted," We were still given the later submission time, and this delay made us lower ranked in the funding list, and we lost out on $50,000 because of an internet server error. To make matters worse, we had been waiting on another $50,000 in grant funding for water storage through the county's water and power grant round. However, the DCC directed the county to only award funds to provisional license holders, and because we had already jumped through all the hoops of obtaining an annual license, those funds were not awarded. Losing almost $100,000 in grant funding last year was a significant setback. As you know, the wholesale cannabis market is worse than it has ever been, and while we are a diversified operation and have multiple brand and retail partnerships, it is very difficult to cover operating expenses. Last season, wholesale prices fell earlier and faster than in previous years, and I found myself working for free just to bring in the harvest. Indeed, we are still owed over $30,000 on sales with extended payment terms. Despite these challenges, we have paid our property taxes, state annual license fees, planning and building fees, water board fees, bank fees, insurance, and have satisfied all of the requirements of our compliance agreement. We are prepared to pay the 2024 Measure S tax bill in full when it comes due. We pay a living wage and hire local workers when we can afford them, and we are active members of our local community. My request is for you to carefully consider the tax payment deadline and the negative impacts it will have on this industry. Forcing farmers to pay these outstanding balances in full at the beginning of spring, when all of the startup costs for the year are coming in, is directly taking food off our tables and money out of our pockets when we need it most. I urge you to extend this deadline until the end of the year to allow farmers like ourselves to keep what little funds we have on hand for the season to come. Doing so will have a small but beneficial effect on the local economy. It will mean that we have that much more to spend on materials, supplies, and labor. The money will circulate in the southern Humboldt economy.
Thank you. Caller 2624, I will unmute you and you will have 3 minutes. If it doesn't work, press *6.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your opportunity to speak to this. My name is Rick Cooper. I'm the owner of Humboldt Sanctuary Farm in southern Humboldt County. I want to point out, first of all, one of the early commenters said that people are waiting for till the last minute to make these payments. Well, I'd like to point out that some of us, myself included, my permit was not authorized or made legal or formalized by the Planning Commission until last week. So certainly I wasn't as concerned about doing this thereby. Anyway, I have made two payments, two $500 payments, and I'm ready to pay it off whenever it's required. But I do call to your attention the fact that, as many callers, the last one did eloquently, how much we have been made to go through financially by the county, by the state, and by the economic conditions caused by the county and the state that have put us in this financial position where we have struggled. Myself personally, I've struggled. I've had to, the only reason my company is still alive is because of my retirement savings. I don't like taking money out of that, and it makes me very nervous. So I'm going to continue to do this. I think that there is a lot of good argument for the fact that you can delay this payment. Again, I call to your attention, and I'm sorry if it's uncomfortable, but the county made some poor decision making and caused us a lot of money and caused us a lot of stress. And for myself, having my permit just authorized by the Planning Commission, I now have another bunch of expenses for permitting and all these other things that I'm going to have to pay, and trying to do that and pay this off before the 2025 season starts is really too much. I ask you to delay this. I think the one-year plan is good, or by the end of the year at least. I thank you for that consideration.
Thank you. That is all, Chair.
I heard it, but it didn't compute. So we're going to go to Zoom in the room now. And so anybody liking to, or public comment in the room, sorry. It's been a long day. Anybody wishing to make public comment can come forward. Someone has to start it off.
I'll start it off.
Hi, welcome.
Hey, my name is Nick Glass. I'm owner of Humco Tradition. I want to thank you guys for your service today. As you know, we are definitely in an economic downfall. I was one of those that had to compost most of their product in 2021. And I have made plans to make the payments. I have only paid 2 payments, but last year I did pay the board, building and planning, $6,000, which was due in August, and then in November I paid another $5,000 for my license, and then I had budgeted to pay all my S-tax in January and February. Now, I'm under some serious economic conditions now because of my road slide. I live out on the 36, and for the last 2.5 months, I've not been able to have anyone come up to my farm to get anything due to, the road closures, and it's looking like that's going to continue now for months. So I'm not even sure, how I'm going to continue this year if I can't get anyone to come up to my farm to pick my product up. So with that, I've been trying to get, I'm a small farm, under 10,000 square feet. Me and my wife operate it. And we would like to maybe, have some leniency on a micro-business license. Santa Cruz and Mendocino both have put this into action where if you're an owner, operator, and you live there and grow under 10,000 square feet, you automatically get a micro-business license. That way I could bring my product to town and have relationships with these dispensaries. I've been to a few dispensaries in town that don't even sell one product from Humboldt County. And that's because it works on this distribution model where, someone has to come out, then take my product, and Lord knows where it goes. As being a micro business, I could take my product directly and have relationships with people in my town, people selling my product. And that's something that's been lost through this process. So I ask you just to maybe, I bring a solution, really, and that's for the small farmer to access and not have so many barriers on this micro business license. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, come forward, please. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, my name is Sandy DeLuca. I'm a local real estate agent. I know some of you. And I work with this kind of property a lot. And I am, a couple things I want to speak on. I can talk and talk and talk about it. I'm going to try to cut it down. And a couple things I want to speak on is the numbers of maybe, for instance, to begin with, the 200 and some odd people who didn't respond. One of the things that I do when I list a property like this is I contact Whitney and I say, do they have any outstanding excise tax? And I'm sure that that's not comfortable for her, for me to contact her one for every time. I'd love to know if there's a list I can look at, because when I sit down with clients and they say, I don't owe any excise tax, and I said, watch this. And then we find out they owe thousands upon floor, fall on the floor amount of money that they owe. And they don't even know that they owe it. And then I understand that it's, when you own a business, it's your responsibility to pay attention to these things. But since this all started, these businesses have changed dramatically. And I think we can see evidence by all these empty seats in this room that a lot of people are gone. Things have changed. I just the other day, I looked at one and I called and contacted, and they said, well, sorry, we don't know we owe that. And we said, well, where was the bill sent to, or where was the email? Those things have changed. So that's one of my concerns I want to bring to your attention. And then the other thing would be is if we take away hope, then what does the rest of the public end up with? Because I'm here speaking as a real estate agent, and I talk to people all day long, and I say, they call me on a property, and I say, are you interested in the cannabis, or are you interested in the homestead? And they say, oh, I don't like the cannabis. And they go on and on about that for 5 minutes. And then I say, but that matters to you about this piece of land. So all of the people in this community need to recognize that this is not just about cannabis, this is about our public lands. And if we take away their opportunity to function and they give up, and luckily these people are sitting here, but there's other people that are not around here that walk away and go, oh, just whatever, just sell the property for whatever. And now we have this land sitting out there with a tarp blowing in the wind, and now what do we do? and what does the county do, and what do the neighbors do, and you know, what is the next step? And me as a real estate agent, I take my disclosure obligations very seriously, and I'm trying to understand how I explain to my people. And I just want to really say, those 200 people that didn't respond, I don't know if they got it. And I also want to say what happens. I want to make sure everybody knows if they get their permit revoked, please make sure everybody knows what the next step is, because what I understand is then they have to, I don't know the terms right now, but that permit's gone, now you have to take that stuff off, and John can help me with that one.
Decommission.
Decommission, and then, okay, what does that mean? We got to go back and remove buildings, change grading, like what all is it? How do I explain that to a buyer, and how do I help a seller understand what they're looking at? I did it.
Thank you. Hi. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Najedli, owner-operator, farmer in the county for 25 years. Today, I just want to implore you to please extend a payment plan for at least 12 months. A little context for myself. Since being legal and paying taxes, it looks like my total taxation for the county has been a little over $72,000. I've paid about $37,000 of that. I owe, I'm told, about $31,000, and there's absolutely no way I'm going to be able to come up with that before the end of this month. So it would be putting my farm, my family, and my employees out of business, essentially. Also, through this time, you know, I feel like I'm being penalized for going all in on legal cannabis. Just to the state alone, I paid nearly $750,000 in cultivation tax. 2021 alone was $316,000. Which turned into a tax that was never needed to be paid. I should have focused on paying my payroll tax and local taxes more than paying the state. That really hasn't done nothing for us. I'm like getting emotional about it. So I'm just here to really beg that you guys give an option of a payment plan, because that's the only way we're going to make it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, Johnny. Welcome.
Hi, sorry, I had to step out for a second. Don't really know what I'm going to say, but yeah, seeing Craig get emotional, you make me emotional. But I thought it was important that I would come here today. I've been farming my whole life. I understand, you know, how you guys could look at, you know, we've given these farmers every opportunity to catch up in this and that. I know a lot of my farmer friends have a lot of bulk product currently in their possession, and trying to figure out what really could work for the county and for the cultivators. And having just gotten back from Spain and seeing how all these other countries are working, I know Humboldt County is recognized around the world, and not only are our strains super valuable in every country that I talk to, but it's the small farmer mentality and what you guys have here that contributes to that value. And like, I wouldn't want to lose that or have you guys lose that if there was any way we could avoid not losing that. So kind of what I've come up with in my own mind. And granted, I just want to make it clear that I owe zero taxes. I've made it a priority to pay everything on time, and I feel very fortunate that I've had that ability to do that. I'm a very small farm, so I don't owe a whole lot. And that was a good choice that I made in the very beginning. But I think it would be amazing if we could somehow delay it. And I sympathize with those people that are making payments, because, you know, good on them for doing that. There are quite a few farmers that don't ever intend to give you a dime. I know if you end it at the end of this month, you won't get a red cent. So how do we get and generate money for the county? Maybe we extend it to December 31st, and at the December 31st, because you could end up in this very situation again, right? You probably will. You're kicking the can down the road. Your credibility is going to shit, excuse me. And so how do we keep that, right? So December 31st, right? We get to December 31st, 2025, and maybe we do I was told by a consultant, maybe there's something called, John, a reduce in square footage. Like you could reduce those people that aren't completely paid off to zero, and give them an additional year until December 26th. They can't cultivate for that whole year, and they have that kind of interim time, like the state fallows farms, to pay in full. If they're not paid in full that whole year, they can't cultivate, which gives you a chance for some shot in the dark to get paid. Maybe then they're revoked. I see I'm out of time, but I just really want to encourage you that what you have here in the small farm is very valuable. Let's do our best to keep it.
Thank you. Hi. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Dave Santamino, Sunrise Mountain Farms out in Willow Creek. And I just want to say that everything that the farmers have called in and said here is very true. You know, the investments we've made into our conditions of approval have kind of drove us broke. And the market conditions just sinking, and really the loss of product every year to legal cannabis businesses is really, it's discouraging to even be in legal cannabis, because there's no recourse for people ripping us off for legal sales. And so I really implore you guys to look at the fact that the March deadline is going to kill a lot of businesses. And even like Johnny was just saying, December 31st is also a shot in the dark. You know, this is a really, got to look at the long term of keeping this industry alive, and sometimes thinking about multi-year, you know, ways to pay off higher debts. You know, work with the farmers that have been really working hard to put themselves in the market. And so that's all I really have to say. I just really want you guys to hear us, and I really want you guys to consider what your decisions will do to this county and this industry, and how we've all worked so hard to become part of this economic engine of the unique economic Humboldt County industry. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much. My name is Crystal Ortiz, and I represent 2 of the Measure S tax debts that are outstanding. One is for a property I have sold through the crisis of the last 5 years and still owe a small balance on, and one is for my family's dry farm. I'm only here today to give a perspective that I felt like was woefully underrepresented in the staff report. As a business owner and for 25 years in Humboldt County, I know Craig and all these other business owners. And in 2018, due to conditions around the newly licensed scheme, we sold all our crop to an extraction facility in Adelanto. And despite having long-standing dispensary relationships and a good price for trim pounds at the time, we chose to operate completely within the parameters of our compliance agreement and took the lower price for a guaranteed sale that could be processed off of the farm as we had agreed upon. They paid us a deposit, picked the product up, and 60 days later, when the terms were due, they showed up with $13,000 on a $350,000 bill. For the first time in my adult life, I had no backup plan, no job, and no ability to pay my mortgage. I scrambled, I sold whatever I could, and tried to keep a roof over my family's head. I started moving shelves around in a cycle that has never stopped since. I lost my health insurance in April, and in June, my daughter was in a terrible car accident, and we were straddled with another $110,000 in debt. We were not bad at business. We were consistently forced to make decisions that are not good for business. We built complex water systems we didn't need. We paved bibs over Primag soil. We put parking spots in, hammerhead turnarounds, ADA bathrooms, did the same biological surveys that 10 of our neighbors did. We had ARC surveys. We paid flood certs. Never in the traditional market would I have ever fronted my entire crop to somebody without payment. Instead, we did. Last year, I did come in to make a payment plan, and only today I realized I'm zero because I made a payment plan that first day to enter into the payment plan. I didn't pay $100. I paid $1,400. So maybe in your scheme, that would have been 14 payments, but it was 0 payments because I didn't come back. I knew that I could not make the payments, and I was considering myself coming in, talking to Whitney a couple times, like, if I pay $5,000 or $7,000 and you still revoke my permit, I would be a fool to do that. I can't do that. And so without a path, without a strategy, without a clear path through, I could not continue. So I wanted to make an additional thing. Obviously, I'm in support of extending the payment plan out. But I also feel like there, in other tax situations, there's an offer and compromise. If you really wanted to just get paid and end it, if you offered us like 25% of our outstanding debt on March 31st, then it would be ended. Maybe we could do something alternatively also and stop the collection.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Craig.
Good afternoon. I made some notes along the way. Craig Johnson, Alpenglow Farms, down in southern Humboldt. And we are current on our taxes, fortunately. But there were a couple things I was thinking about. Some farmers mentioned that they have, 1, 2, or 3 farms. Maybe they put 10,000 on each farm. Maybe they could shuffle those funds to one farm and keep one dream alive, right? Try to keep a homestead going. And then I know some farms a year or two ago got water and solar grants. How does that all play into this? Like, if they're going to be revoked, what happens with those types of contracts? So this starts getting really, really layered. And then the folks that put in everything they could with their heart and soul, but then had, devastating things happen, whether it was not getting paid or accidents and so forth, and they're going to be out, but they gave $20,000, $30,000. How do you take that in consideration versus the person that put in $5? Like, they're not going to get that $20,000, $30,000 back. Or are you going to be able to give that back? If you're going to revoke someone anyways, can you give the money back for the ones you're revoking? And then under the number 2, going to the September, like Director Ford was mentioning, going out to at least the end of the year so a farmer could see to the end of the harvest, move their product to distro or sales or whatever, or at least the beginning of the year, but if not 1 year, for those that, put in some sort of good effort. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. And, this room is getting smaller and smaller by the bodies in it. And those numbers, I was really surprised, and I was really proud of seeing how many have paid, how many have made really good effort. And I think that shows the resilience in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. I am going to go. Hi, Karen.
I haven't expected to speak.
No, please come forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Karen Hessler, and I'm with Amaranth Farms in southern Humboldt. We've been there for 54 years, and many of the years we grew apples, and we're still growing specialty apples, but since 2016 we've been into the cannabis, and we've done everything we could to comply. And I'll tell you, but between all the problems of growing, like some years our crop was covered with ashes from a forest fire nearby, and then sometimes we get mold, or sometimes we get so much rain, and then sometimes we'd have a bear that would knock over the plants or the fence so the deer could come in and eat everything. Well, this has caused a continuation of our trouble to keep up with the payments. We've actually, through the years, had some good crops, but then we have had a hard time collecting. We have over $200,000 of money that people have owed us through the years, and I'll have to tell you, as an almost 80-year-old woman, I'm not very intimidating. And my husband has had 2 heart attacks and 2 strokes, so he's not either. Plus, he's got an Irish temper, so I don't want to even get him involved in any of it. And my son has had surgery, and my daughter too. We're kind of laid up with illnesses, and so we're struggling to keep going. And our one issue that we had was in 2020, we constructed a rain catchment pond and also redid the road as we were told to by CDFW. We complied with everything they wanted, and we paid for engineering plans, and we had everything done perfectly, but it cost us $83,000. And so at that time, we didn't realize that the market was going to crash, or that we'd have stuff that we wouldn't get paid for. And it was that very same year that the first $165,000 didn't get paid to us, and there just isn't anything we can do about it. We even talked to a lawyer. And then beyond that, this year we just haven't had many sales. We can't travel to go do sales, and nobody's coming up here. And so I'm ending up without any income from the company. paying my payments, and I've made a payment every month since this has happened, but it's coming out of my Social Security payment. So I guarantee you it's not very much, because with all of our health issues, we kind of have to keep our health insurance, and that's a main consideration. And when I'm paying these things, I'm always looking, well, am I going to have enough in the account for the next health insurance that comes up? And so we're kind of limited to what funds we have, and I feel like we're just on the verge of being able to make it. And so I'm asking you to consider the whole situation with the county. And I wanted to mention that if you don't find a plan that will help us all, it's almost discriminating against poor people.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Hi. Welcome.
My name's Phil O'Connor. I own Grouse Valley Farms. I've owned my farm for 20 years. I was in the first initial batch of permits as an existing farm. Despite that, it took 5 years and 2 months for my permit to be processed and for me to get an annual license. During that time, I watched countless new farms get licenses, build out infrastructure, and during that time, I could not build infrastructure on my property to compete with the current market. Like many farms, we've taken massive losses. We've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes. And I just found out yesterday that I owed Measure S taxes. I never received any information from the county about this. I've never received any requests for payments. I heard about this whole thing on the radio, called the county, and found out that I owe money. So I urge the board to take your third option to give all farmers a chance to pay these taxes down the road or within the next year, because like the previous person stated, some of us didn't know that we owed money. So thank you.
Thank you. There's a public comment on Zoom, and I'm going to allow, normally I don't, but there was trouble with the Zoom. And so we're going to go to the Zoom, back to the Zoom for public comment. Please consider in the room if you want to make public comment. I'll ask one last time, and then I'll be closing public comment.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 6520, I'm going to unmute you. If it doesn't work, press *6, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Villare, and I owned a farm for several years. I was one of the first people to get in. I paid all my taxes and did all the things I could do, but I couldn't make it work, and so I had to bail out. And even though I paid all my taxes, I desperately feel like our industry is dying at a rapid pace, and that there needs to be relief for these farmers. They can't afford to pay them, because otherwise they'll just be like me. They'll be out of business. I implore the board to actually consider giving them a reduced amount, give these people some relief on the taxes due, because we're looking at destroying our entire industry in Humboldt County. And as a person, like I said, who paid everything, I couldn't stay in. I had to bail out. And that's exactly what's going to happen to all of these people. And we're talking about a large portion of what's left. So I beg you, I implore you to please look at it and see where something could be made to help these people, some sort of equity given to people who have tried so hard. Thank you for your time.
That is all, Chair.
Hi. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Misha Vandal. I own Lucy Gulch Farm. We were one of the first permitted farms, I think license number, one of the first 100 farms. We've paid all the Measure S taxes to date except for the 21. So total, we've paid about $80,000 in Measure S taxes. We've had over $100,000 in lake and stream bed alterations, all the other requirements we've made and we've come correct with, and it's just stacked up to a point, and some unfortunate things like non-payment to me have resulted in the inability to pay these taxes at this time. So I asked the board to either extend the date or potentially take into account the what has been paid and what we've done for our compliance agreement, and some sort of consideration on a case-by-case basis to kind of assist the farmers that are still trying to stay in the business.
Thank you. Hey there. Welcome.
I am up here today. I have a farm in southern Humboldt. I just wanted to say thank you guys for the opportunity. I'm born here. My whole life I've done this, and it's been a pretty good life. So thank you guys. I recently had a child. Pretty blessed, thankful for that. And I just want to say that money is one conversation, but this life and what we believe in is another. And thank you for the life. It's been really good. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
My name's Kevin Dobosh. I'm a lifelong Humboldt County resident. I just figured it's worth a talking point. When the money was there, my, sorry, my voice was sick a week ago, but when the money was there, I've paid about $120,000 worth of Measure S taxes. And after 2020, the market crumbled. You guys are all aware of that. It's been really rough the last 3 years. I've had to pull a mortgage against my property to keep it going. And this is just farming. There's other things that pop up. You know, people are dealing with septoria, all sorts of russet mites, just things happen. And also just not getting paid for the product that you worked so hard to produce. So I think it's only fair to just keep this moving forward and like give everybody one more year. And I'm not going to reiterate what everybody else has just basically said. I just wanted to put those points in view. And yeah, I've probably made one payment. In the past, I have made $120,000 worth of Measure S payments. So I think that's worth taking a look at.
Thank you. Hi, Natalie. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Humboldt County Growers Alliance, our mission is to preserve, protect, and enhance Humboldt County's world-renowned cannabis industry. And we founded 8 years ago with many of the people behind us who have invested their life savings, mortgaged their properties, done everything they can to build successful businesses. We have lost so many of our friends and family members over the last many years. You guys know that. We've heard this. What is so hard, and it's like my heart is pounding in my chest, is that the decision that you make today isn't just like the last 2 weeks you revoked these permits and no one showed up. These are people that probably walked away and they've been done for a while. These people behind me, all of these faces, and I really want you to look at these people, are real people. And they have given everything and they're asking for a chance. Now, I don't know exactly what that is and looks like. You guys are the decision makers, so but whatever decision you make today could in fact impact 425 people and their farms and their families. And these are not just APN numbers. These are not just permit numbers. These are the people standing behind me. And our collective vision, which is to have a healthy, sustainable cannabis industry that we are known for. Now, my whole purpose today actually was to walk up and talk about, we really do need to repeal Measure S. The staff report did a pretty good job of talking about how broken it is and how expensive it is to implement. And so one of the suggestions from the planning department, planning report, is to revisit this. We are asking, we need to go to the voters and repeal and rescind Measure S. This is not functional. We put this into place, when I say we, the voters put this into place when there was a lot of optimism. There's not that optimism. This is a broken tax. Now, how to move this forward? you know, I'm just sort of spitballing, but, you know, if you do create some kind of extension, create benchmarks. End of December is 9 months from now. Third. I don't know. That's just an idea. That I have not run that through our committee or community, but that's just an idea. Something needs to happen, or you're going to put a lot of real people out of business, and what happens to our community when those properties are abandoned isn't going to be pretty. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room before I close public comment? I do recognize another hand has come up, but I already called for last call on Zoom, so we've already closed that portion, and it looks like nobody else is coming forward. So I'm closing public comment, and I am going to come back to staff right now to clarify some questions that were asked during the public comment period.
Thanks, Chair. And I do want to start with the notion that it is important to recognize this is all about people. And so the decisions are hard. And some of the people who have gotten up and spoke, some of the people who are represented here, you know, you work with them over time, you fall in love with them, they're great. Hidden within these numbers are people, and I love the honesty of Johnny Casali, that have no intention of paying. And so this is not one size fits all. It's a really difficult decision to try to make and weed through everything that's represented here. So with that being said, there was a comment about the use of the micro business, and that is allowed in the code. Unfortunately, it does require a special permit, which is probably a little burdensome in an economically challenging time. That may be something that after this could be revisited. I think that there were a lot of examples given here. There's concern with how do you begin to quantify, you know, how much money people spent, and that's going to be difficult, but I will say that everything that we've done relative to this journey in cannabis has been difficult, and I think that people can demonstrate whether they've spent the money or not and have made the improvements or not. There's lots of different ways to authenticate that, so I'm not too concerned about that. I'm not really here to advocate for an extension or not an extension. We tried to present options for the board to consider, knowing that this was affecting a lot of different people. One option would be to try to honor those who have paid, and by holding people accountable to the deadline that those have lived under. 76% of the permit holders have met the obligation of the Measure S taxes. Other people probably have had truly horrendous circumstances. Some others that weren't presented within the board report had to do, and I know this is true, that a lot of people just were taken advantage of by distributors and were not paid. And I've heard that story over and over again. I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, so I'll stop there.
Thank you. Amy, would you like to make any clarifying statements there? You heard from some that they never received their Measure S taxes, and I know those mailings come from your department. Can you speak to that?
We could look at them case by case. I'd be more than happy to meet with them in the office and provide what info we sent the bills to and work with them to get the information to them.
Okay, thank you. Bringing it back to my board, I know there's probably lots of questions and statements from the board, and so I want to ask Director Ford too. There's kind of a variety of options, and I know the no payment plan, there's 210 of those, although you heard someone in this room talk about he didn't make a payment because he didn't know. So I'm wondering if this board wants to take up all of it at once, or do we want to tackle it in sections, which might be easier. And does Director Ford have a suggestion?
I think it probably would be worthwhile breaking it down into smaller sections.
Okay.
The way, and to start with the 210, the
Okay.
way we've been treating that is that those folks are already out of compliance, or have already been suspended. And we do, before they come to revocation, they do get noticed about that. And as you've seen, we've noticed 37. One of them came forward at the last minute and finished paying their Measure S obligation, paid the Planning and Building Department their obligation. They've been unsuspended, they've been reinstated. 3 others have called but didn't want to really do anything with that permit, and so it was revoked. So those really are, as has been mentioned, probably are in a class of people or permittees or permit holders that have gotten to a point where they're really not active anymore.
Okay, so are you saying that the 210 no payment plan on Measure S, those cultivation permits at this time are suspended?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so,
And to be clear.
Go ahead.
They were suspended in April of 2024.
because they didn't start a payment plan?
Correct.
Okay, so if, I just want to throw this out there, if, because they have until the 31st, correct? And they're suspended currently, but if they came forward between now and the 31st. So for discussion for this board, let's start with the no payment plan, the 210 permits that are currently suspended, and have that discussion first. Anybody have anything to say?
You're talking the 210 that haven't paid anything
No payment plan.
and
they're-
haven't come in.
And haven't come in, although you heard one in the room who, I'm assuming that, back there.
I didn't get the impression that he didn't know anything. I thought he had paid up to this point, but did I misunderstand?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, it was you. Yeah, please.
Please come forward. So how public comment works is that it's closed. However, if one of the supervisors has a question to ask of a commenter or someone in the audience, they're allowed to do so. And so Supervisor Bohn would like to speak with you.
So I just recently paid planning department fees, and I was never given any information that my permit was suspended. I've never received any information from the county that my permit has been suspended. As far as I knew, my permit was still active, so I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest with you right now.
Okay.
As far as I know, I didn't enter into a payment plan because I haven't received anything about this. Like I said, I just found out about this on the radio yesterday, and I called the tax collector as soon as I heard it on the radio.
Okay, so if anybody has Sandy, you can't speak unless someone calls on you. I apologize. We closed public comment. Does anybody have a clarifying question for this gentleman?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
So did your address change since you got your license?
No.
Okay. Rex, or Supervisor Bohn, do you have anything else for him?
No, you're fine.
Okay, go ahead and take a
I wanted
seat.
to follow up with John.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
And that's a possibility something could have fallen through the cracks, John?
I am surprised.
I know, but nothing ceases to surprise me anymore.
I mean, we hear that didn't get the mail, didn't get the email.
Dog ate my homework, I know.
Yep.
All right, well, what I'm wondering, since it's not the end of the month, if we hear nothing from the 209 that are still outstanding that don't know about anything, I'm giving you full benefit. But if we don't hear anything at the end of the month, I think our decision's made for us. If they haven't come in, tried to give you any money or anything else, I would be willing to do that. With that, I'm really hesitant because I fully know what you guys are going through, and I understand that the market is tanked, but we don't have any problem letting 1.5 million pounds come in from Trinity Pines and call themselves Humboldt dope, so which doesn't help your market at all. So as we move along, I wouldn't I'm not abstract to that. The people that have paid everything up to here are a little sideways. But Johnny, you paid yours and you're not sideways. So not everybody's sideways on this. So, you know, quasi-sideways. But what I'm saying is on the 210 that are out there, if we don't hear anything from them in the next 6 days, or 2-9, we know where they go. I think it's somewhat obvious. Anybody else out there that has a payment plan, a good faith payment plan, not somebody who's paid $200?
So we're
What?
going to talk, we're talking about the 210, if we could take it in chunks, if that would be okay with you. Okay, so we're talking about the 209. And so is that how you, is that your, if you have more to say about that, please. Okay, anybody else on the board? Supervisor Madrone.
So I think it's still 210, you know now, and so you got to the end of the month to do something about that, right? Whereas if the other 209 who aren't here haven't said anything, yeah, I think that's straightforward. I mean, but even some of them might all of a sudden decide to come in by the end of the month. Anybody that doesn't pay this up, start a payment plan and make half the payments or whatever it takes. I mean, if that's not done by the end of the month, then yeah, I think those are heading to revocation, basically.
So could I ask Director Ford, is it, and with County Council, is it appropriate to make a motion on this section of permits?
I think it would be better if you did give us discrete motions that would be kind of a layered approach, and then that would be your ultimate direction to staff at the end.
Okay, so Natalie or Mike, do you have anything? Supervisor Arroyo.
I think it would help to, I appreciate the earnestness of the person saying they didn't get it and they didn't know, and I don't want to, you know, kind of harp on that individual, and I'd also like to understand what the process is that, I'll give John a second. I want to just kind of have clarification about what the process is. How do people know that they will owe Measure S taxes? How are people notified during the application process and all of that? And then is there also an expectation that they maintain a mailing address at which they will receive mail for notifications from the department?
Yeah, so when you receive a permit, typically the conditions reflect the ordinance provisions that require payment of Measure S taxes, and separately payment of processing costs to planning and building.
Okay.
So it is a violation of the permit when those aren't paid, and many people do not read their conditions, so
yeah.
I understand that. Then when taxes are owed, I believe, and I'll let Amy speak to this, but the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office sends out bills directly to the address that the person has put on file with us. And so we do require that if they change their address or if the permit holder changes, that they do a transfer of that permit, because there's a number of important things that go on with that, the owner of the permit. One is just being able to monitor and do the inspections. 2 is the address to make sure taxes are being paid. 3 is that when we get contacted by the state about whether or not the state license can be issued because the permit's in good standing, we need to make sure we're looking at the same thing, because the state records information differently than we do. And so it's the name and address is incredibly important.
Okay. So then your office does those mailings?
Yes, we get a tax roll delivered from the Planning and Building Department, and then we
Okay.
create the tax bills and mail them based on that tax roll data from the permit information.
Okay, great. That's helpful to understand process-wise. I think this one's a little tricky to take separately, because I was gonna I was going to throw out an idea that included this and other things, but I'll hold off on that.
Thank you.
Just wait till others have had their say.
Okay. So I know that we could do like a straw poll vote on how we feel about this and make that all into one motion. I hear people, this frankly has been a difficult for me to hear because the Southern Humboldt area has really been affected as well as Humboldt County, but to hear that people, you know, there are reasons that Measure S's haven't been paid, and I'll reference to the woman, you know, that her daughter was in a car accident. Every good effort, not only her, but every good effort was made, and it is heartbreaking for me. I also see Southern Humboldt, that was very dependent on cannabis, it was such a thriving community to nothing. It's hard for me. I'm born and raised there and have seen lots of transitions down in Southern Humboldt, but this transition, how devastated the community is, I've never seen. And I've been there 54 years. And I've seen it go through cattle and timber and fishing, and every time has been able to bounce back some and not lose over 50% of its businesses. Willow Creek, I know, is the same. It is just really heartbreaking for me. And I know that people are, you know, they're trying their last bit effort to salvage what they've known their whole life and to continue forward. And you know, farming for a lot of folks is their dream. It's their lifelong dream. And it's who they are, and I've heard that today. I've also heard it in my community over the last 5 years that I've been a supervisor. Some folks, it's just a business, and they can move on. Some folks, it's embedded in them, and it is who they are. I also want to recognize that I heard what Sandy said about what do you do with these properties. If revocation happens, then you have to decommission, and who's responsible for that? And that is a true statement. There are farms everywhere that have not been grown and are sitting there, and who's responsible for that, to remove those structures or to clean that up. So I also, you know, want to say that I recognize that 1,200 people made their payments, and they sacrificed large to get those done as well. And so for them, when others are given a chance more and they maybe didn't, you know, they really scraped by to make those Measure S payments, it sometimes can feel a slap in their face. And I've heard that throughout my community of Southern Humboldt, my district as well. So this is a really hard decision for us up here. And I know for you guys to come here and state, you know, to pour your hearts out and really express how hard this has been. So I don't know what the answers are, but we are talking right now about the 210, and I want to, Director Ford wants to say something.
Yeah, I thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give you a little bit of maybe a hybrid approach rather than trying to have the direction given
Piecemeal.
now.
Yeah.
That you could do a straw poll.
Yep.
And then hold that over, and
Yep.
then the final action would be
Yep.
able to modify whatever the straw poll was.
Yeah,
But
and
knowing where people are
that's
at.
where I was going with the straw
Okay.
poll. So I guess I'll do a straw poll on revocation of the 210 permits, whether this board wants to just revocate on the 31st, although Director Ford, I think the 31st is a holiday, and maybe April 1st would be more appropriate.
It would be April 1st, yes.
Okay. And Supervisor Bohn wants to say something.
Did we, John, on these tax bills, are they only sent out once? And is there a balance forward? So the 2020 tax bill, would that be only sent out once? And then, or do we send that every year? Or do they only get one?
I'm going to answer this in two ways. First, I'm going to ask Amy to speak to what the treasurer tax collector does, and then I'm going to speak to what we do.
Okay.
We send them out once, and there will be separate bills for each tax year and each balance.
Is there a balance forward put on the next year's tax? Okay, that might answer part of that.
Can I ask for Rex's statement, though? So Measure S was suspended, so then was there no bills that went out for those years?
Correct.
Yeah, with the suspended years, we went to 15 or 20.
Yeah, but from
and
20 and 21, but then the next years were not, were suspended.
But then
Thank you.
I do want to add that going back to October 24th of 2023, we've probably sent out 5 or 6 notices, maybe more.
Delinquent notices?
What's that?
Delinquent notices?
Informing people if they owed Measure S and/or owed
Okay.
the Planning and Building Department. And so we are in the habit of sending out a letter saying, hey, this is a courtesy letter. Hey, this is a letter that we're serious about. You're about to get suspended. And we go through that process. So I find it, I struggle with people not getting, I mean, we can send stuff out, but if people don't open it, I can't control that.
I understand. And then the other thing I was wondering, and I don't know if this is possible, on these 210, if some of them come in and, you know, let's say 15, 20 come in, I don't know if there'll be that many or anything else. Can we ask, you know, that way if they want to move forward, we're not putting somebody out of business, but can we get a payment? I mean, instead of if we put the December 31st, January 1st, whichever one you want to use, if we put that date on it, can we get some sort of payment by August 1st, good faith or anything else, like 10% of outstanding balance or something? Because otherwise, you can get one more year in and walk away from it. Not saying anybody would, but I mean, if they find out again that they're in the same situation, we accumulate. It was kind of like back in the day when the tax collector wouldn't take a partial payment. Take what you can get, you know.
So I would recommend for those have been suspended now for a year, that we would give them notice to give them a very limited amount of time to contact us and say that they want to do something with that permit. And then if they want to do something with that permit, as you're saying, give them then a very limited amount of time to start making payments, because they probably owe both the department and the treasurer tax collector. That's what you've been seeing. We have a whole list of permit holders that owe both together, owe the treasurer tax collector, or owe just the department. So right now, we're only talking about those that owe the Measure S taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other, so we're going to do a straw poll vote, but maybe that would look like that we would give these 210 permit holders until March 31st or April 1 to contact the tax treasurer to make arrangements for their Measure S, and to contact the Planning and Building Department. So that would give them till the end, till next week, to start a payment plan and make contact with, you know, they haven't as of yet. And so how does the board feel about that? Supervisor Wilson?
I mean, I'm in favor of that in general, but I don't know necessarily what that threshold is until we look at some of these other situations.
Sure, we're just doing a straw poll, so there's yours.
Yeah,
Matt.
so in
Supervisor
general,
Arroyo?
I'm good with that.
I like the concept of setting a date and then being, but it was going to get wrapped into another idea,
Yep.
so yes.
Supervisor Bohn? Oh, did you say fine? You said yes? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Supervisor Madrone?
Well, it weighs heavily on me that 1,228 people paid everything. And many of them have been contacting me saying, so if we give all kinds of extensions to people who either haven't done anything or made one payment or whatever, where's the fairness in that? And John spoke to that in his introduction. And it's not just cannabis. There are a lot of businesses that are struggling, like restaurants and many other businesses. And I get contacted by them as well, saying, well, where's my relief? Where's my support? Where's my, you know? So as a board up here, we're struggling with a lot of pressure on a lot of levels. So for me, the 210, I would say they need to pay it all up by April 1st or be revoked. Because, I mean, to say you didn't get notice or whatever, as soon as you went into getting your permits, you knew there was this tax. Nobody tells us that our wage taxes are due with IRS by, April every year. That's just known, right? That this is something that you have to do. So for me, I'm not really interested in leniency for the 210. But if they come in and pay it all by April 1st, fine, they're back in good standing. I mean, that's kind of how I feel in support of those who have made every effort. Some people have sold off all their other farms or did this or did that and all kinds of things to become current and fully paid up at great stress and all. So if we don't hold others to a similar standard, I'm fine with extensions on those that have really been making the effort. I really am. But those that didn't, the 210, I think there's only one in the room that are part of the 210. I didn't hear anybody else say they were part of that. So that's kind of where I'm at on straw poll.
Okay, I could probably go either way. I also wanted, she left. But I know that when she gets back, the CAO's office did put out press releases. I think John can confirm as well.
We did put out press releases, yes.
So, and then I know the gentleman in the back said he heard it on the news yesterday. So I also know that Redheaded Black Belt and Lost Coast Outpost has been running articles for several months about this looming thing that's coming up. So I do think that, so let me ask you this, if would this item, these 210, come back to us after the April 1st, or would it just be a motion today that they are allowed to enter in if they contact and make a down payment, or whatever this board directs?
Well, this may be a situation where, and I don't know what Supervisor Arroyo has in mind, but it may be better to come back to this. Mm-hmm. Because it sounds like what you want to do is append whatever you do to the others, append this to that.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to now talk about the rest of these permits where you have, so 423, and you've highlighted the numbers, with 295 making one payment, but 423 is the number of permittees that have made at least one payment and payments. So we're going to talk about that now. And I know Supervisor Bohn had, I cut him off, but I'm going to allow him to now talk about that. Okay, anybody else? Supervisor Arroyo.
Okay, I have a few different thoughts to share, and then something as food for thought, just to kind of start the conversation. So, I see from the numbers you've provided that, it looks like we have 1,257 people, businesses, I should say, fully paid. If we include those who have entered into a payment plan but have made all their payments, which were in a different line there, and that, we have 394 businesses, it looks like, who have made some kind of payment or entered into a payment plan but are somewhere kind of on that trajectory. I also know that, hardships have befallen a lot of these people. We've heard about some of that today. We've heard, through email and voicemails and phone calls and, face-to-face communications about some of the circumstances. And it is a really diverse and set of reasons why people are where they're at. And so I think like Michelle is feeling, I'm feeling deeply for people. And I appreciate and have heard a lot from, I would say more from people who are fully paid up and are kind of, like wanting the best for their fellow farmers, and also like, what are you going to do for me if I've, kind of complied with everything you said. And so we're between a rock and a hard place. I think everyone can appreciate that. And some people might be gambling that we will waive these taxes and may have made a very small initial payment with that hope that we'll defer. And I've sort of come into this at an odd time where, I was part of that 2023 vote, but not that kind of initial deferral or of suspension period. And so it sounds like just giving people the benefit of the doubt. It sounds like your communication has been wonderful, and giving people the benefit of the doubt that there may have been a tiny seed of confusion in there about when to pay or when it was deferred or what this board was going to do. And I also want to say, sorry, one other thing. The conditions of approval to me are, even though I know there were some unethical business practices and predatory behavior in there, and the kind of, as people were learning how to navigate this industry, unfortunately, by and large, we're not the ones to address that. There's tools at the state level for that, but those conditions of approval and meeting those are business and landowner responsibilities, and I know they were really onerous to some people and not to others, but I think if those aren't met, folks shouldn't be operating, or if they're not striving to meet those, they shouldn't be operating. And that's where we're kind of seeing some of the other revocations where it's a combination of forces coming in. So my proposal, just for idea's sake, is this. Mail everybody their bill again. Give people, everybody in that group, through April 30th to pay 20%. And if they do so, then by December 31st to pay the remainder. And after that, immediate suspension and then revocation process begins. And that includes those not yet revoked of that 210. I don't know if, John, I don't know actually if if the ones we've started revoking in the last couple of meetings are part of that or in addition to that.
They would have been part of the 210.
Okay. So that's my food for thought proposal. Giving people one more mailing a month to get in here and pay that, pay a 20% minimum, and then go forward from there through the end of the year. And I will just say we heard the December 31st deadline in the past didn't work, and then now we're hearing a March deadline doesn't work. So I'm not sure there's really any great time of year for this, but that's something I want to put on the table and see what people think.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the 20%? So
Sure.
Of the 423 people that have already made a payment plan and are making payments, some of them only want to get that. Are you saying that group, as well as the 210 group, need to make 20% by a total of 20% of their past due?
And that number is just like throwing it out at the wall to see what happens. But yes, my idea would be everyone who has a balance owed, 20% of that balance owed by that point. Because we did say initially that they would have 100% paid by now, by next week. So this would give people quite a bit more time, but also, move them in that direction and ensure that people are willing to make that commitment.
So I'm going to push back on that just a little bit, because April is when you start your cultivation if you're outdoor, which is most folks, and they're buying clones, and there's always going to be a reason. But up until this point, we gave them, we didn't set payment plans for them. We said $100 and do your thing. And so, obviously some took that more serious than others. But I really think that it's going to be very difficult for people to make 20% of that. And I think that there are exceptions to people that had compliance things that had to be completed, and that I know some of them got into legal things. So I'm not likely to want to instill that 20%. I'm likely to extend to December 31st with, it's on them, and on December 31st is the end of it. And it's on them. I just don't think the 20% some people can do with it just being the start of the cultivation cycle. I have one last question about the 210 that have been suspended. This is kind of to the guy in the room, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but if he was cultivating, didn't know he was suspended, Director Ford, did we do inspections? And were you cultivating? You have to come forward, please. And you don't have to say this. I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I'm really confused about this whole situation, because I did cultivate this last year. I did have a county inspection this past year. I did pay the planning department fees due, and I renewed my state license in November.
Can you, what's your permit number?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, so, well, I think that you're going to need to stay after and speak with Director Ford.
Yes, I'd like to.
Because I think there's some confusion with you. So I'm going to say 209 of these.
Just
but thank you for being honest.
Yeah, I'm just being
because
honest
it's a
with the
very
situation.
confusing situation, especially if you were suspended and you were cultivated and you had an inspection. I think that we might be talking to you after.
There's
So
there's something going wrong here. You
Yes.
know, there's something that's not right with the situation.
thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. So for, you don't have a second on that, but I'm not,
Yeah, I didn't make a motion. I was throwing it as
Okay.
a discussion topic. And I'm not attached to the percentage, but I would like to have some milestones and goalposts in place that we are very clearly committing as a board to not move again. Because I think
how about if
at a
in-
certain point, we're never going to be able to address all the needs, but we have to kind of navigate what we said to people who are now fully paid up and fully compliant, and what our voters wanted us to do, and this is tricky. So I don't know what that right number is.
So how about instead of the 20% for the board's consideration, if we just say some kind of monetary commitment per month, if it's $100, $100 more bucks, at least you're showing an effort. And I see shaking heads, but that's what it is. But I don't know. I just know that the ones that have made the effort, that is really a steep ask if they're trying to buy clones in April.
Sure.
And-
No, I understand there's no good time of year, but it doesn't have to be April. It doesn't have to be 20%. I'm just trying to get something on the books that is, because I think we have a fair number of people who have made one payment and think it's possible that this could evaporate entirely. I'll just say right now, I'm not willing to waive these in their entirety for people. And I want to find another solution that gives people some grace, but also recognizes the fairness principle.
Okay, well, I'm going to open it up to the board again, or to, okay, Supervisor Wilson.
Okay, so I hear what Supervisor Arroyo's saying. About there not being or basically having an endpoint and then that's it, pay or we're done. And I do appreciate too the testimony of folks who've had hit some bumps in the road, some of them very significant. I think that's a real thing. I wouldn't mind. I would entertain, although I don't know where the rest of the board is at, is if we get to the end of the year and there's some certain percentage that's just not doable, and you have a good faith actor in all other ways. If there is a way to just lean it on the property and move forward, do we have that capacity? Is that a real thing? And it would just have to be if we don't have that capacity, it's not a real thing. Then not.
No, the permit is
Right.
person.
It was because of that wonderful lawsuit. Okay,
Right.
well then, congratulations. All right, on winning that, because now we don't have this capacity to do that. Okay, so on this other issue, someone brought up the solar and water projects, and I'm just kind of wondering about the status. How many of those solar and water projects are in these ones that are having payment issues? Where do we have a number that are in that space? Because remember when we did this, I had some pretty big concerns about how much we're leveraging investments, like capital investments, into properties that then, the conditions by which that was supposed to happen was that if you aren't cultivating anymore, you're supposed to pull all that stuff out again, because you're not supposed to keep that capital asset unless it was for the purposes of generating income through cannabis production. That was its point. So I'm kind of wondering, do we have any issues in here?
I've not done the research on that. I couldn't even speculate on that.
Okay, so we haven't run into that yet, or we just don't know. We haven't put those two data sets next to each other yet?
We have not married those data sets.
Okay. At some point, I think we do need to figure that out. Do we still have applicants for that program anymore, or is that all closed out?
All closed out.
Okay, that's all closed out. So it would be good to know what we have kind of hanging out there in this case, because I don't know where that leaves us in terms of our obligation to the state agencies that gave us the money to process through that. I'm just a little concerned about our liability hanging out there in that situation. I just want to say, a couple people brought up health insurance, and I have to tell you, like, we're all in the, we have health insurance because of our job. I, for many years, worked as an independent, consultant, and I just say, like, independent health insurance sucks. It's terrible. Everything about our health system on that front is just terrible. So I just want to say, like, you're not alone in that, and that's a bigger issue we're not going to solve here today. But by all means, I have to say it's a bigger issue and it affects more people than almost anything, and yet it's not being discussed at the national level, which is just so weird to me. The micro business concept that was brought up, and so you had mentioned that could be brought back at a later time for some kind of update, and you were a little concerned, I think, about, it would still require some work on the applicant's side to, even if we were to consider that and approve that process. Could you just give us just like it's not on our agenda today, but the reason I'm asking this question is because I'm thinking about asking the board to potentially bring that back for further discussion. So could you just give me a little bit reason why we would do that, or to what advantage that would be?
So what it does is it allows multiple cannabis activities to be permitted basically on smaller farms.
Okay.
And so, as the gentleman mentioned, and he's right, it's like it allows him to sell directly. It allows him to perhaps process, perhaps manufacture, a number of different things that just are not covered under a cultivation permit.
Mm-hmm.
The struggle is right now is that they are allowed, subject to approval of a special permit.
Mm-hmm.
Special permits, discretionary permit. The rationale behind that was because it is allowing the additional activities. There should be notice to the surrounding property owners to see if anybody's going to object to that.
Okay, but we could make thresholds for that if we brought that back. It wouldn't necessarily. Okay. From my perspective, I think it's a value. Although, I don't know how many people would actually take advantage of this. It's kind of like when we went through other things where I think it's a big deal, and then only 5 people come in for that change, and we went through a lot to do that. So I just would want to make sure that there's scale to that. I guess I concur with what I'm hearing from the other supervisors here to the left and right of me, which is setting a threshold date by which this has got to be done and dealt with. Because I don't see another way to lessen that burden, particularly other than just putting it on other people who've already done it. And I want to say I'm really actually the number of permits with no outstanding balance is like 1,200, more than 1,200. That's pretty, considering the amount and what we've been through, I'm actually pretty impressed. Although the ones that are not, is each one of them has a story, and many of them are not happy, and they're real people. So, all right, that's what I have for now. Thanks for answering those questions.
Can I throw something out there? Just the 10% cultivation tax for last year, are those bills getting ready to come out?
Yeah, we're getting close. We were waiting until today's meeting to proceed with the final steps with our
And those are
software
due
vendor.
in 30 days? Okay. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I was going to tell you, Steve, when somebody asks, like a grocery store and stuff, they want to break on their taxes, tell them they're not like the cannabis industry. They're not paying a specialized tax that nobody else gets charged. 2016, I spoke right after legalization, exactly 8 days after legalization. I spoke in front of the Assembly Committee on Cannabis. I don't know if anybody else was even on the board then, but we went down there. There were 6 counties. Mendocino was, or Monterey was really happy because they were going to charge 25, 20, and 15, and had got $31 million in 6 days in fees for all those, you know, the flower shops, and as we all know what they were doing down there. Calaveras opened the doors with no checks and handed out. Everybody thought they were going to get rich off the cannabis growers' backs. And I think we're as much at fault of charging you probably as much as we did as you guys are for not paying it. So, you know, and I mean that, you know, generously. But what I'm trying to say, we're at a point, as Michelle said and everything else, I grew up here too, and I can tell you, Mike, you're going to like it when you get really old, because Medicare is not great, but it's pretty good. You know, Medicare is pretty good. It costs you $800 a month, though. But what I'm saying is, and I may upset a few guys that have paid all their taxes and feel like we're giving you one more shot. I would like to give, I'm lenient, I would like to give you one more shot. I made a few phone calls today. All the guys I called were all paid up. So I said, damn, why'd I call you? But the thing is if we give one more shot, we just can't keep doing it, because, you know, doing the same thing over and over again, getting the same result, you know what that means. So I think as we do that, back in 2016 or 17, I think we came up with the lowest tax rate in the state at 3, 2, and 1, when the suggestion was 12, 10, and 8 or something like that. So as we go forward, I'm willing to take Supervisor Arroyo's idea or any of these to make, you got to pay a little bit up to stay alive. But I'm willing to do this because I think getting a fair shake is the one way we keep you guys in business. We keep our economy going. And, you know, I see guys out there that have paid all their taxes and they're supporting you. I know some guys have said, why? And I'm questioning myself, you haven't paid your bills. Why? You're right. Why? But it's been a strange ride. And part of the problem is back to us. We're not doing, some places aren't doing anything to take care of the real problem. We're worried about the solar, the water, and everything else. But you take it some places in this area, Siskiyou, Trinity, over in Shasta, there's some places over there, Oroville, there's some places that have hundreds, thousands of legal grows, and they're not getting 5% of them. Because I got a quote from one official, said it's too big for us to take on. Okay, so let's go after the legal guys. So what we come up here, I hope we find a way to agree to give you every shot in the world, but I'm really going to tell you it'll probably be the last time that I give a shot forward on this, and I've got to see some action. But I do think some of this problem lies on us from, you know, 9 years ago when I think we didn't, or 8 years ago when I don't think we did everything to support this.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. We're going to have to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. Thank you. I apologize. I don't apologize. Actually, our days are long and sometimes we just need a little 5-minute break. So we are going to continue forward. And at this time, Supervisor Madrone was next in line, so we're going to go to him.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. So I've got several things I want to share, a question or two. On the micro business loan, as you said, John, it provides a combination of things that you can do. And that is because some of those other things have impacts. And so they need to be considered in terms of additional review, a public hearing, so neighbors are noticed, et cetera. Under just a cultivation permit, you are allowed to dry and trim, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I just want to clarify something because I heard something from the back.
okay.
County permits, state licenses are different. The no was about the state license. The yes is about the county permit.
So the county permit, you can dry and trim, but the state license, you cannot?
You need a separate license. You need a separate license to process with the state.
I mean, in the industry, it always, before legalization, everybody dried and trimmed their own stuff and sold their own stuff, right? And some manufactured. I do see where in some forms of manufacturing, there are significant potential impacts. If you're doing hash oil production or any number of other kinds of things that might include all kinds of additional water use or runoff or there's lots of things. And it might include noise or different things that affect your neighbors and stuff. But I'm sorry, drying and trimming, that's like a pretty, for me, I would love to see micro licenses allowed to every single farmer in this county, not based on size, but I would love to see us allow for drying, trimming, and selling for every farmer. Because frankly, selling has no impact on your neighbors. You're taking it away and doing it. Right now, actually, the way it's set up, where a distro has to come to your farm, is more of an impact than the farmer taking their product into town and doing, a sale direct.
Supervisor Madrone, because that's not really on the agenda, would you like that item to come back? And that's what Supervisor Wilson was saying.
I'm just using my privilege as a board member to talk about things like you did and others did in terms of my feelings about a number of the issues that have come up today.
Okay, so
I'm not trying to go off topic.
Okay.
I'm giving my sense of these topics that have come up today, and I appreciate you allowing me to do that. Thank you. So anyway, that's the part on the micro business, because I know that a lot of people are impacted by that, because when they have to deal with these distros that are ripping them off, that's a big preponderance of the issues of people having hardships. Right there is probably the biggest impact on people and getting their money for their product. So I would love to see us bring that back and discuss what we can allow. Maybe manufacturing needs a special permit, but I frankly don't believe all those other things should. That's just me. On the Measure S tax, I wasn't on this board when that was decided. I appreciate that we had the lowest tax in the state, but there was also a lot of discussion about should the tax be on the dispensary, not on the farmer. We always put all the weight on the farmer. And I don't support that, but the problem was if you put it on the dispensary, most of the dispensaries were in cities, not in the county, and the county wasn't going to get much money with that approach. So I have to say that from everything I've heard over the years, the reason it ended up the way it was because by putting it on the cultivator, the farmer, we would get more money at the county. Well, how'd that work out? Not so great. Frankly, I would put it on the dispensary, and I would take it a step forward and say that the accumulation of that tax would accrue to the place where it was grown, not to the place where the dispensary exists. But if it was grown in the county, then I would have the tax go to the county. If it was grown in the city, the tax benefit would go to the city. And I think about this a lot because the crisis we're in as a nation, us as a county, cities, and everybody else, we're dealing with extreme revenue drops from sales tax changes that have happened over the last number of years, where now all of our sales tax, mostly, very little, goes to us, but most of it goes to where the distribution center is. We don't have any distribution centers in Humboldt County. Additionally, as a society, we have shifted to where we're basically giving all of our money to billionaires through Amazon and everything else, And we don't get the benefit of that sales tax for our police, our roads, our schools, or anything else. And we bitch and complain about the billionaires, and yet we're giving them all of our money, if we think about it, right, in terms of how we're spending our money on sales taxes. So these issues of taxes and where they end up going are huge. They have huge implications for our society. I'm not going to talk about that anymore here. The site cleanup and when things are revocated, that's still a very puzzling issue that, we're trying to figure out and deal with. We probably need more discussion on that as well. I very much support providing extensions, but I want it to be measured. I want it to be, we've been giving extensions, and we haven't been taken seriously by a lot of people, although 1,228 people, 76% of the farmers took it very seriously, and in many cases sold off properties, sold off some of their permits, sold off whatever they could do to make good on the commitment they had made to pay these taxes. And I honor them. I want to honor them in a huge way. One of the questions I have is how many of the trellis grants were used to pay the Measure S taxes? Do you have any number at all on that, or a sense of that?
I cannot give you an exact number.
It was some hundreds, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so for those that were able to get a trellis grant, well, that made it a lot easier to pay those Measure S taxes if that's what they put in the grant request for. Some of them put them in for solar or water storage, like Supervisor Wilson was talking about earlier. There's certainly some issues around accountability of how that money got spent, et cetera. But there were many people who were denied trellis grants, where they too would have loved to have gotten a grant to be able to pay their Measure S tax or pay the back building planning fees and things like that. But for whatever reasons, they didn't get that. And some were valid. Some, I think, were just not, I don't know, it was kind of messed up on some levels, at least from the communications I get from farmers, especially those that were denied and didn't get that money. So I understand those hardships. So I'm not saying I want to see everybody that still owes money, the 423 people, to suddenly have to pay it all by any means. We also didn't give any guidelines around the payment plan issue, other than you had to come in by March 31st of last year. You had to put $100 down, and we gave no other parameters other than they had to pay it all off by March 31st of this year. There were no other parameters given to that. So for me, it's not the number of payments that you've made, it's how much you've paid on your debt. And certainly for those that have paid 50% of that debt, that shows a really strong, not how many payments, but 50% of that debt. Well, that's a really strong evidence on their part that they're doing everything they can, I think, to try and make that. 20% is a really low number. And I realize people have to buy clones, they're looking at the new season and everything else. But again, those 1,228, they went through massive hardships to be able to be in that group of 1,228. So that concerns me, as I've said already before. I very much want to provide some extensions to that group of people. I'm not sure what I support exactly, but I'm not inclined to support waiting till the end of the year and only pay 10% or 20% or something like that. I don't think that's fair to those who have come to the table and done so much work to pay their debt. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for allowing me to cover the topics that have been brought up. We clearly have some future agenda items to come back and delve more deeply. I would love to see Measure S tax go away and have it be applied, like I said, on the dispensary, but I want the value of that, the revenue of that, to go to where the grow happened. That, to me, seems logical. I don't know if we can do that or not, Amy, but that's the way it ought to operate, is that the sales tax benefit ought to go to where it happened at, right? But that's me. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to try for a motion, and I also want to say that I agree with Supervisor Bohn. I have a clothing store in Garberville, and to operate my clothing store, I pay my business license, which is, $163, or it depends on how much money I make, but up to maybe $210 to operate my store. My store is failing. I need to close it, but I can stay in business for $216 a year for a business license. And the sales tax I collect from the people that come to my store, I put that aside and I pay that. So I'm, really what costs me to operate by the county is my business license. And it's different for cultivators, as Supervisor Bohn has said. So I do feel the overtaxation that has happened, and I wasn't on the board in 2016, but I do feel that, and it's a real statement because every other business in Humboldt County gets a business license for X amount, doesn't exceed very much money. So I'm going to try to make a motion here just for discussion, and it can be amended, and I'm sorry, public comment is closed. Ma'am, I'm sorry. It was closed long ago.
I couldn't get here on time because of your ADA issues.
Okay, I'm sorry. Public comment was closed. Okay, I'm sorry, public comment has been closed. And you're here for this item, the cultivation item? Ma'am?
I'll deal with it later.
Okay, thank you.
Risk management and ADA compliance, I'm trying not to file an ADA lawsuit, but there was an ADA issue. I almost fell just
Okay,
now.
this is not on this item. Thank you very much, and we'll have someone talk with you after. So I'm going to try to make a motion that, my motion would be that we extend cultivation Measure S taxes until due date until December 31st for the entirety except for the no payment plan, the 210 cultivation farms that are now suspended. They have until April 1st to come in and make a payment. And once they make that payment, they'll move into that category of on a payment plan. And if they don't, then they're revocated. And that's my motion for discussion. If I could get a second.
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
Thank
I do
you.
have a question for you about that timeline. So the office is not open on Friday, so that would mean people would have Wednesday, Thursday, and Monday. And Tuesday, I guess. So 4 business days.
Okay, so let me extend that then to April 4th. So the 210 number permits that have made no payments would have an extension to make a payment and be moved into the category of on a payment plan, which would move to December 31st. So they need to do that by April 3rd because we're closed on Friday. So that would give them as many days. And then I don't wish to put a number on there of amount of payments, but that the December 31st date is final. You're done. You're revocated if you have not paid your Measure S. And that's my motion.
I'll continue the second. Let me make a comment on it. I do just want to say, when we decided this in 2023, it was almost the same initial proposed plan, which was come in and come up with and turn to a payment plan and pay by December 31st. Then that got moved to March 31st, and here we are now. So we are repeating this one more time, and I'll just say I think I'm hearing other people express a similar sentiment of just not being willing to do that again. I am not willing to do it again, and I know there are hardships, and I also know we have to kind of consider the big picture and all of the people who are in full compliance in this picture as well. So with that, I support it, and I appreciate you making the motion.
You do support the motion? Oh, okay, thank you.
I just wanted to comment about,
Okay.
This is a repeat.
Okay.
This is basically a repeat of what we did last time, but I don't want there to be a perception that if people just hold out, we will kick the can down the road again.
Okay, so I do want to ask Director Ford if I've captured everything. I know that, and perhaps we can do it in a second motion, but I know there were items that the board, and maybe you have your direction, there were items from the board that had interest to come back.
I think your motion is simple and straightforward and easy to implement.
Thank you.
We completely understand that. I will say that there are no automatic revocations. People still get their due process. We're still going
I made that statement for the public,
Yeah.
and I understand the process, that it will have to come back to this board on December 31st, but I guess my point is, please don't come and beg again, and I'm not saying you're begging now, but that this board has to do something, and maybe something between now and then will miraculously happen, but that it's, I do recognize the supervisors saying we're not being taken serious because we keep extending. For me, though, I do know what my business, as a clothing store owner, I can operate with $216, and that's it. And so I do feel for the room. And so we have a motion, and I'm gonna, unless there's any, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I support the motion. I just, it seems like the main issue that may come back at no time certain was the micro business concept. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it appears that we have a majority of the board that feels like that's something that could come back for discussion. Okay.
Supervisor Arroyo.
That's me. The other part of the agenda item was around the Measure S revocation or repeal and replace, or what we might want to do there. Nothing?
Not at this time, if that's
Great.
okay. Or
Recommendation, and I believe that this is already scheduled anyway, was to bring back an item to discuss what to do with the future of Measure
Yeah.
S. So since it is already scheduled, you may not need to do anything with that.
our council's saying yes, that it's already scheduled.
Okay. So it was on here as like a food for thought.
It was on here as a food for thought before I was aware that it had already been scheduled someplace else.
I see. Okay, great. And so could that micro-business does it make sense for the micro-business conversation to, is there overlap with that Measure S discussion piece? I'm seeing
Micro
head shakes.
business is a completely separate discussion.
Yeah.
I can offer that we could either try to develop an ordinance or just bring back concepts for the board to consider and give direction on that, and then we would work on the ordinance. Based upon what I'm hearing, that's what we'll do.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
And do we have anything on the schedule in terms of a trellis report back on that at any point in the future, and when we might be able to see about the connectivity between the application of those grant funds versus the revocations and sort of the survival of these farms?
We will bring back a report on that before June.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay. You have your vote buttons up in front of you.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the audience and all the people that spoke. And I would ask CAO Hayes if it is possible to put out a press release that according to what this motion was today.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And I think in the back of the room there, Director Ford's going to be right outside. Whatever. We have more items. Okay. He has RCRC tomorrow. Okay, so at this time, we have 2 more items, and they are going to be departmental reports. So the Human Resources, Department Head Reporting Structure Study. Mr. O'Hannon, you're up. Hi, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Good afternoon, Board. Zach O'Hannon, Director of Human Resources. So I'm here today, this afternoon, to talk to you about an additional supplemental report that was completed in Human Resources related to the CAO-CEO model study that we first talked to you about in January of this year. And the report was completed by Bethany Rogers, but I'm here to deliver it to you. I don't have a presentation. I very specifically did not do that because if you read through this report, this really is going to come down to a discussion between you and your board. I really wanted to give you all the space to do that. Very pointedly did not put any recommendations in here because if you read through the report, I can probably boil it down for you pretty simply. There is no clear industry standard on the reporting structure of counties in California when it comes to their appointed department heads and their CAO, CEO, whatever they want to call it. Even further, there are very distinct and diverse ways that delegation of authority is given to a CAO or CEO. That can be through an ordinance, that can be through job specifications, and in some cases what we found it could be through just the kind of the way that they do business without a lot of formality around it. So what you have in front of you is sort of an outline of that. One of the things that you asked for the last time we talked about this was bring us back some models, right? So I think Supervisor Bohn, who's not here at the moment, oh, is he? Get back in here, Rex. He asked for me to reach out to my counterparts across the state and get some info, and I did. There was a bit of response, but again, as the information started coming in, what became just glaringly clear is that everybody does it so differently. What is also clear, and I think I mentioned this last time, is that we are, even though everyone does it so differently, we are actually the outlier on some level in that all of our appointed department heads report to you as a board. So that's the one thing that is clear, is that is probably the outlier model. But if you look through the report, you know, Bethany did a really good job of outlining Sonoma County and Tehama County and how they've changed over a little bit of time. And then you can get into the later part of the report where we sort of started breaking. This is when I started getting some data back from our partners. There's even a reference in one of these of it kind of depended on who you asked too. So I had, you know, my counterparts, personnel directors, human resources directors saying one thing, but then Bethany was getting a little bit of a different story from maybe their administrative staff and their administrative office. So I'm going to be a broken record here, what it really came down to is you're going to see that everyone does it different. And so what we kind of found was it really comes down to your specific agency, the specific dynamics of your agency, the different issues that you're having in your specific county. So that's why I say I didn't make some big presentation like, here's the recommendation for you, because there really isn't one. It really is up to your board to decide what you think is best for this agency and how to operate. I can say for myself, stepping away from being just like the HR director that did the report, I work very well with our CAO. I would have no problem reporting directly to our CAO. That is not a problem with me. I have no problem reporting to your board either. So I know we probably don't have any department heads in the room now. It's a little later in the day. We got John back there. Me and John are here. So like I say, last time we didn't have a whole lot of department heads come up. They did participate in the first part of the study, some of them, and there was varied support for this and against it. So that's the information, and I wish I could bring you a much more solid, this is what the industry says, and this is how it works, and this is what's been proven to be the model. That's usually where we like to land on these things. I use best practice a lot when I'm talking about a lot of the things that we do in human resources. This simply just doesn't have one. It really comes down to your specific, and as we know, Humboldt County, we're special. Everyone likes to say that they're special, but we have a lot of we ought to have a lot of similarities in our issues across our county, but we have a lot of special issues across our county, and you know those better than anyone. So, yeah, so I'm here to answer any more questions. I think a very vital person in this process is our CAO. I can say we kept her very on the outside of this through the whole process to make sure it was completely data collection and unbiased. We obviously talked to her about it, but really the data collection was simply that, data collection for you to have information. We could certainly gather more data. I'm not sure if it'll give us anything different, but if there's any other directives you want to give us, we can certainly look into that more. But we knew that you also wanted to have this information prior to budget adoption, so we gathered all the information we could get and brought that to you, so you had plenty of time to think about this prior to adopting this next fiscal year's budget. So with that, let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. I see that the recommendation is to accept this study and then provide direction to staff to come back. So it's not whether we move today on doing this. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be correct. So I'll just give an example. So say if your board chose to say, okay, X department heads, these 5 department heads, now we're going to report to the CAO. Here's the delegated authority. What does that involve? Is it their evaluations, the ability to discipline, the ability to, those sorts of things. You could say, and we want to do it via an ordinance, make it solidified in an ordinance, or you could say, Director O'Hannon, please go back and modified class specifications. That's something that we could also do. That's something that other counties have done. So that's the kind of direction that I could see coming out of this based on where you kind of fall.
Okay, so I would like to offer the CAO time if she would like, since this item is about her position, not necessarily her, as we've clarified in the past, but your position.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Bushnell, for that opportunity. I will just say to Zach's comment just now, my recommendation, I'd be curious what council says, would be to put it in county code. That's where the CAO's job description is most delineated and memorialized. But I think in my experience over almost 4 years as being the CAO, it's become clear that there's some departments that you all are heavily involved in, and there's some departments that you all are not so heavily involved in. And so for me, that's a glaring indicator that maybe those departments that you all aren't as heavily involved in could be a good candidate for this switch. My office speaks with probably every department every day. We are very intrinsically aware of their operations, of their budget management, of their personnel management. Zach and I work closely as any personnel issues might arise in a department. And so I've got a pretty good bearing on where we have some challenges in these departments. So if your board was willing to move towards this shift, those departments that aren't as, I don't want to say top priority for you, because they're all a priority for you, but those departments that you all don't interact with as robustly could be a good candidate to switch over. I also think that, and the staff report speaks to this, that you all aren't always on the same page with everything. And so it can sometimes be confusing for a department head to know or to move forward processes in operations in a way that is going to pacify all of you, because sometimes that's difficult, frankly speaking. And also, in order for you all to discipline or provide feedback to a department head, it requires that we go into closed session under their eval, or there's a formal process behind that. And there may be a time where we need to act a little more swiftly with a department head, and so that structure doesn't allow for that necessarily. Me personally, if your board were to explore any authority over hiring or firing, frankly speaking, I wouldn't do, even if I had all the authority to do it, I wouldn't do that without meeting with your board and having a conversation over those sorts of things, barring, breaking of the law or something like very egregious. So I think that this is a model that the agency could benefit from, that your board could benefit from, I could benefit from in my ability to maneuver and influence and manage the organization. All of that said, I throw it back to you all for your feedback on it, and I'm comfortable with whatever way your board wishes to go.
Thank you. I would like for County Council to maybe address the question that you had.
We could either codify it as suggested by the CAO, or we could also do it via job description as well. It would just be a preference as to how your board would like to establish those rules. I do agree with the CAO in the sense that we have all of the CAO's job functions currently codified in county code, and so it would make sense to do it that way with regard to this as well.
Okay, thank you. And then Supervisor Wilson, I think, wants to make the first comment.
Sure. I thought about this and looked at it. I've read the staff report. I've heard what my fellow supervisors have said. I definitely have been, it's no secret, I lean towards the CAO model in this. I knew there's kind of some discussion about, there are a few departments where some supervisors feel that, and I can feel it too, they like the idea of having a bit more discretion within those spaces. Specifically, it's planning and public works. Honestly, can't think of any other that's like that. And then we have the electeds, which is separate, totally separate. From my perspective, if it's easy to move forward, especially sort of as a, kind of on a stepwise basis, to take all the departments that are non-elected, that are not public works or planning, and move them under the CAO, under that model, I'm good with that to start to see where that takes us. I think it would add efficiency to our work here without losing any real control. Yes, so that's kind of where I'm at in the moment, but happy to discuss more with other people about that.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
So thank you for the report and the investigations. One consistency is that electeds in every one of these counties do not report to a CAO, a CEO, or the board. That's a consistent element in every county, and we get reminded of that all the time. I also like the second to the last statement in this report, which is the Board of Supervisors should feel empowered to craft an approach that best serves Humboldt County's unique context, drawing inspiration from, but not being constrained by other counties' models. There's also quite a bit of talk about an urban model might be very different than a rural model for all the reasons that we know. We're a small county, we're rural, and all those things. I don't have strong feelings one way or another about a CAO or a CEO model personally. As I said before when we talked about this a couple of months ago, I like having access to department heads directly to be able to bring my constituent concerns directly to the department head, and I wouldn't want that to change. And I don't know that it necessarily would have to change. I think that, what? You got it. How's that? Yeah, thank you. The model could be where the CEO is having direct communication with department heads for a lot of the reasons that Alicia has said, and other positive aspects of that, as long as we can still have direct communication with department heads when we're dealing with constituent issues. Because I will say that the vast majority of my job is doing exactly that, taking emails and phone calls for requests from from constituents and being able to put those directly in front of department heads to figure out how to resolve. So that being said, I don't really have a lot more to say except that I appreciated the supervisory academy stuff we had earlier today. I know that's not department heads, but I do think that once we finish our contract negotiations with our unions, given the fiscal cliff we're approaching, that we're going to have to figure out how to improve our models of progressive discipline, which I've talked a lot about. And I think it starts with us. It starts with department heads, and it moves down the ladder through supervisors to figure out how we're going to really raise that up when so many people really don't like to have to do that part of putting stuff in personnel files about how employees need to improve their services, whether it's me or, well, we don't have a personnel file, we have a voter file, right? I guess they can recall us, they can vote us out, whatever. But for department heads, that comes in annual evals and that whole process. But, you know, I think we're going to have to really figure out how to do all that unless we want a chainsaw and a sledgehammer to be coming in to our process, or we're just going to let go of people because of length of stay or other things that may or may not getting at the issues of productivity and stuff. So I know that's not specifically what this is here, but when we talked a few weeks back about some of the stuff that the two of you are working on in regards to trying to work with department heads on having some parameters around accountability of performance and all those kinds of things, it kind of fits into this whole puzzle for me. That being said, thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Well, this was helpful. I think what was also helpful was last time when we talked about this, when we learned that no one does it like we do it. There's lots of other ways that this is done, but none of them are quite like us. So that was helpful to understand. And you know, Humboldt County is unique. We're a special county, but I think I'm very receptive to the opportunity to have more departments report directly to the CAO or to consider calling that position the CEO, although I think we're looking at an appetite for something that's more of a hybrid. To me, that offers consistency and clarity and avoiding siloing and the opportunity to improve some process around budgeting, around communication, and see if there's an opportunity to share some resources between departments potentially as well. And in my mind, those are, as we've discussed before, the more administrative functioning departments and those that we likely interface with less and are generally smaller departments. To me, that makes a lot of sense. And it gives us sort of a taste of what that might be like. And I would still like to retain the hiring and firing authority in consultation with the person in that role. So that to me is a step towards that without necessarily, I think that's the thing that people might fear. I don't know that there's anyone who has those specific fears in the organization right now with the players that are here, but I think in this model, that's it makes it one person's decision, but it also makes that person in the chief administrator role more vulnerable as well. So there's sort of a mix of implications here. But to me, you know, we've talked about this before, but electeds can continue to ask questions of department heads and work on constituent issues with them, even if they report to another interim person. That doesn't change, but we wouldn't be directing them singly, but we're not doing that anyway, because for major projects or program direction or anything significant, our department heads are already taking direction from a majority of the board. So I don't think it takes away anything from our day-to-day engagement with department heads. And I will just say, you know, when operating under the city manager model, I always felt completely welcome to speak with department heads. And I would just, as a courtesy, CC the city manager much of the time or all of the time. But it's largely just to keep that person in the loop so that if they get asked about it. They know what's going on. I tend to, try to keep as many people in the loop as possible anyway. So I think it can offer some opportunities. We can explore it. We can see how it goes. I think I really want to say I do think it's Public Works, Planning and Building, and Department of Health and Human Services that are kind of their own unique, big, complex, I say beast in a loving way, their own microcosm that making that kind of change would be not the right move for the agency right now. So I think that those changes and coming back with something to adopt that is what I would have in mind at this point.
Do I get to go?
I guess if you're asking me, sure.
Do you want to comment before I go?
I'd like to hear your comments first, actually.
Thanks. So I have a mixed emotion, and I think that per district, the interaction that happens with departments is vastly different in incorporated towns, cities, compared to unincorporated. And I also knowing that this will, precede you, past you, it is bigger than just what you say, because it is about the position itself. And so you get, in the future, I would fear, if I'm still here and you're not, that communication from my CEO or CAO maybe wouldn't be forthright with me. And I worry about that, of not having the knowledge as a supervisor and being held to, this board is held responsible, period, by the public. We are held responsible. You don't get yelled at as much as we get yelled at. And so it's hard for me to say, yeah, do what you're gonna do and not inform us. And maybe we'll find out down the road. And so that is scary for me, to think that I'm the one that's held responsible for someone else's decision-making process. And it depends on who the CEO or CAO is when that kind of communication form, right? So I have mixed emotions about it. I definitely think that there are departments that I'm heavily involved with, and I think Supervisor Arroyo alluded to those: planning and building, DHHS, and Public Works. But I also am very involved with the aviation too. When we had an aviation director that was a full director, I have quite a few airports in my district, and so I'm not sure how I feel about it. And I think that I would like the list played out in my head before I say, oh yeah, I forgot about that one a week down the road. Like, what did I vote on here? So I'm interested to hear what Zach has to say. And then also, if there's any department heads in the room, only one, don't mean to call you out, John. And, well, he already said. And if there's anybody, are there any department heads online that have their hands up?
No.
Okay, so Zach.
Yes, thank you. So I'm hearing that there may be some appetite here. So kind of what you were speaking to a little bit is kind of where I was going to go. So I'm glad you teed it up for me of without having something, and I very specifically didn't put something in front of you to put my potential bias into it, right? Is if there is some appetite here, I think this is probably, and if your board wants to give that direction, the time where we do actually pull in Alicia and her office to actually formulate a plan based on her knowledge of the organization, her knowledge of you as board members, of, okay, there is some appetite for this, now probably mapping out an approach to this, and not maybe having it just be a one dump of all appointeds minus the few that you've mentioned, of maybe sort of like a tiered approach of we'll do a few at a time. Definitely work with Alicia and her office on that. Particularly, resources are thin, and we have our part-time aviation director who's also our part-time economic development director. So I think about like the staffing levels in Alicia's office currently, and what does this kind of entail for the additional workload that's going to hit Alicia and her office. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is if there is direction from your board to hey, we want to actually explore what this could look like for our county, we could actually now pull, I've kept Alicia aside from this a bit, But now I think that would be the time to pull her in and actually start formulating a plan that could come in front of you and say, okay, here's a recommended plan for you to look at, and you could sort of look at it, pick it apart. I don't like this part. I'd like to delegate this, not that. Oh, I thought about this department. I didn't think about that part. I think kind of get into like a more real discussion using Alicia's expertise that she's, built.
Supervisor Arroyo.
I'd just like to articulate, in addition to DHHS, Planning and Building, and Public Works, which I think are, for reasons already stated, kind of their own unique circumstances, County Council and Clerk of the Board, I think would I somewhat obviously report not to the CAO. I don't have very strong feelings about the other departments, and I'd be interested to see just what you bring back, but if others have suggestions.
I think CAO Hayes would like to respond, and then I think County Council had something to say, no?
Probably the same thing I was going to say, in that it's in government code that county council has to report directly to the board. So that would not be one that is permissible for a switch. And clerk of the board is a pseudo department, but I don't think that was necessarily on our radar either, as it is found in many different departments in other organizations, but not something we were.
Well, it's see, as we're sitting here, we're coming up with more departments, and that was my point, is that I don't want to do this on the fly. I'm not super comfortable with all of it, because once again, the board is held responsible so often, and I don't want to be sitting on the dais saying, I don't know, my CAO didn't report to me. I don't know what was going on. And I think that I get that, some supervisors dig in more than others, and I'll reference to evaluations. You can challenge yourself as a board member that is, if we're going to do an evaluation on a department head, to get that information, to seek that information out, and to be thorough with it, and that's our responsibility. Once again, I like the idea of coming back and having that discussion. One thing that I would like to, if I could, request is what it would entail. So would it entail that the CAO, and this would be a discussion point probably, but that the CAO could have autonomy on everything, or does she report to the board and then get direction from the board as to what's going on with the department heads, so that would ensure that the board is kept apprised of the issues that are going on with department heads. So I would like that discussion to be in there as well, to what that looks like. And Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I think after this discussion, I didn't mention the DHHS on that list, but I would think that's reasonable. And to be really frank, some of the issues we have had around aviation have been actually conflicting messaging from different board members to the aviation director that was very confusing and not centralized, and actually, and so I would say that almost that was like a poster child for me in terms of like some of the issues that we probably need to really think about. And so because of the lack of centralized vision and direction around those assets through the board. And I think running something like that through a CAO's, through the funnel of that would be, I find actually would be helpful. Not to say that we wouldn't all have input. It's just that I think we don't need more confusion in some of these arenas. So with that, I do think bringing something back that about basically describes what was discussed here, I think would be good, and something for consideration and action, I think is reasonable. Thanks.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And I'll just add, I think our role can remain incredibly strong in our districts and countywide, and helping constituents meet their needs and understanding what those are and communicating those. I just see so much utility at a time where we're struggling to make ends meet, and having a more coordinated, centralized approach to some of the implementation of our strategic plan that we've laid out, and keeping the wheels on the bus. So we can always change it too. This is at our discretion, so we could change it back, and we retain the ability to make those changes. So it's not like a county charter or something that we're changing that is, quite hard to reverse if we decide that it's not for us.
Thank you. I guess we'll probably need a motion. I do want to say wishy-washy in and out is hard on department heads, and so if we do get somewhere, we should probably try to keep it that way. I do want to say, however, how each supervisor, and I don't know if Mike was referring to me to the aviation, but that was not me that directed the aviation director to do anything individually. So.
I was not referring to anyone in particular.
Okay, well,
or any one incident.
Okay, because I'm the one that brought up aviation, and then you said that, so I'm like, nope, not me. I do want to say that, as each supervisor is very different in their leadership roles, it really, and you can see it on this board, and we each have different styles and different thought process. I do want to say my visions and thoughts do not reflect on the current CAO or even that CAO position. It's my fear of not being able to do my job according to what my constituents charge me with. And so it's not a reflection of you or the person to be in the future or that position. It's just what I can foresee maybe would be hard for me as an elected that has a job that I'm thinking, oh, this could be sticky. And so I do want to express that. However, I am open to considering and bringing ideas back. And so if we could get with a motion, maybe we could move that way.
Sure.
Oh, I got to do public comment. Sorry, it's late in the day. Okay, so I'm going to go out to public comment on the Zoom.
Thanks, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you will have 3 minutes.
Ken Sawatsky, some people might try to portray me as the village idiot, but I don't feel I am. Management is what I do. I always have been. I got out of it when I conquered greed at 42 and retired with way more money than I should have had. And the first thing in management you learn is if you're going to make changes, you do that when you're flush. If your company's rolling the dollars, you experiment. You go off and try new things, and you change things around. But unless things are extremely, extremely broken, you don't try and fix something that's not broken. That's kind of an overlying theme of management. And I don't think you're broken here. I've been here longer than Rex at the meetings and participating for all those years, and I don't think your system's broken. I highly recommend you consider not at this time making major changes. I understand, especially what I believe I heard from Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Bushnell, they want not to micromanage, but they want to have direct communication. Any business that runs effectively, everybody's able to have direct communication. I also strongly recommend that you have your yearly reviews and you continue to have that for every department head. You never know which department's going to become important all of a sudden. During cannabis and weed, the department that Mr. Dolph managed there for many years was all of a sudden important, and it wasn't important at all until that happened. I really recommend you step back, slow roll this one, and consider not making any changes. You can always look at them. But now is not the time to make major changes, any kind of major corporation management thing when you're in the position you're in. unless things are broken, and they're not. I think they work very well. There's blips, there's this, that, the other. But if you're not enabled to communicate and feel comfortable with all of your department heads, not the workers on the lower level, but the department heads, then something's wrong with your organization. So that's my input. And you can take it or leave it, or consider I'm a village idiot and ignore it. That's just up to you. But I do appreciate you at least listening to me, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm the one guy here at 4:30 and has the time, because I have the skill set to be able to participate and try to help you guys keep the wheels on the bus, or whatever you want to call it. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you.
That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in the room? No public comment in the room, so I'll close public comment. I did have one last question, and I think the board does maybe as well, but cost. How much is this going to cost? And everything we talk about right now is around budget, and I don't imagine this is a zero cost.
Well, at this point, I would say the cost is just in staff time. We'd be working closely with the CAO based on the direction that you give. There was some data collected with the initial report around compensation when these sort of changes happen. Frankly, we know that across the board there are compensation issues, and that the CAO position is not exempt from that either. Although it's one of the higher pay positions at the agency. But at this point, I don't believe there's been any consideration for a change in compensation. So it really would be more of a staff time to create this plan and bring it forward to you versus like an actual coming out of a budget cost.
Okay, and then I guess one last thing from me, and your office is quite busy, and you're quite busy. And so would you anticipate delegating out this chore to some of your staff?
Potentially some of it, yeah. And I don't know I don't think the report spoke to that reporting structure, but it is common in CEO models to have like your assistant CAO or a deputy CAO provide the immediate supervision of the day-to-day operations.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, and makes me a little more uncomfortable. So, okay, and so we don't have a motion yet, or do we? No.
I'll make a motion if
Okay.
that's all right. I'm not really clear because there's nothing sort of in here to make a motion around. So I'm going to just do my best unless you have something that you want to propose based on what you've heard here today.
Sure, yeah, I kind of had an idea. We might have to spaghetti at the Wallace a little bit, but I did that intentionally to not just give you I wanted to see how you all were feeling about this. But what I was kind of thinking is directing staff to bring back a proposed appointed department head reporting model based on the discussion today, or something to that effect.
Okay, but to clarify, that would be departments that are non-elected, that are, and not the three main departments that we had discussed. That's the change that would be proposed, and what staff would bring back is basically a model for that. And again, at least there's one person out there that thinks that everything's perfect and good. So that's great, and I'm glad that that exists. And so this is just something to, okay, so that's the motion. I'm making that motion. I don't know if did you guys hear the motion? Okay, great. So that's it.
I'll second that.
We'll see how it goes.
Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Bohn absent.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to the last item. And I'm trying to get my agenda because the Yeah, no. Do you have the agenda there? My internet went out. Thank you. So our last item, please come forward. Proclamation, proclaim April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Humboldt County and receive Humboldt County Child Abuse Prevention Coordinating Council's annual report. You could go ahead and sit at the table since you're being, yes, please, since you're going to be giving us a report. And I'm going to say ahead of time that Supervisor Madrone has to step out at 4:40. So if he gets up and does so, don't be offended. Yes. Yeah, so there's still 3 of us. So I'm going to read the proclamation and then I'm going to hand it over to you. Okay, Humboldt County Board of Supervisors proclamation in honor of the Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas children are our future and deserve to grow up nurtured, I almost said neutered, and free of maltreatment, of abuse and neglect. And whereas preventing child maltreatment is a community problem that depends upon collaboration among agencies and individuals within neighborhoods and throughout the community and the county. And whereas CAPCC is actively aligned with the Family First Preventative Service Act to extend public awareness that everyone in our community plays a part in reducing child abuse. And whereas child maltreatment not only directly harms children and results in adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, which increases the likelihood of such long-term physical and mental health problems that come at great economic and social cost. And whereas child maltreatment occurs in families of all culture, ethnic, and economic backgrounds, and whereas the majority of child abuse cases stem from situations and conditions that are preventable in an engaged and supportive community. And whereas child abuse and neglect can be reduced by making sure each family has the support needed to raise their children in safe, nurturing environments. And whereas there is a growing body of knowledge that primary and secondary prevention programs offered within the community and throughout the county can stem the tide of child abuse. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors recognizes the importance of working together to prevent child abuse, reduce adverse childhood experiences, and promote the well-being of children and families, does hereby proclaim April coming up as Child Abuse Prevention Month, and calls upon all residents to increase participation in these efforts to support families, thereby strengthening the communities in which we live in. Signed by the chair. Thank you. And so you are, I'm going to hand these reports down. I'm going to give us a presentation. Here you go. Okay, the floor is yours. And make sure your microphone is on. It's on the neck. No, it's on the neck. Right here. Up here, there's a button.
Oh, there.
There you go.
Sorry, I'm not used
That's
to this
okay.
newfangled stuff. Okay, great.
So could you introduce yourself? And there you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all supervisors. I am sorry I'm going to lose you, but I understand. My name is Jan Bramlett, and I am president of the Child Abuse Prevention Coordinating Council of Humboldt County. We thank you for signing this proclamation, and I'm thinking we might have to edit it for next year, recognizing the importance of child abuse. And everything in the proclamation was important, but we could maybe condense it a bit. As you know, CAPC has focused for the last several years on creating and securing funding for the Comprehensive Prevention Plan. And the Department of Probation and Child Welfare Services have partnered on its implementation through the Family First Prevention Services Act. In 2024, we began collecting data on referrals from our community pathway sites, which are the Family Resource Centers and Tribal Resource Centers and HCTAC, and reporting them using the CHIP Progress Tracker, which is on the Healthy Beginnings and ACEs page of the Live Well Humboldt data dashboard. Shameless plug. We have seen increases in the number of referrals across many categories of services since we began consistently tracking the data in mid-year 2024. We hope with continuing development of the system of localized family response, we will see an eventual reduction in child abuse and neglect cases as families get the help they need to thrive. In 2024, CAPC participated in the second statewide convening process on the development of these community pathways projects. This forum allows recipients of FFPSA funding to share support and experience as they implement their comprehensive prevention plans, addressing such issues as sustainable funding models, meaningful community involvement, and building community leadership. In 2024, DHHS Program Director Cindy Sutcliffe, Program Manager, I think, and Probation Division Director Megan Gocher presented with 2 other people from our county probation department a discussion entitled Unique Approaches to Family First Prevention Services Programs with Real Impact in Rural Communities. We were very proud. As we promised last year, CAPC has produced a draft on our report on mandated reporter training in Humboldt County, and it will be submitted to the supervisors within the coming week after our board members review it. We are including with our annual report to you a summary of the state task force on mandated reporting to community supporting. This will provide you with context for the larger effort at the state level, of which our survey is but a small part. Our recommendations will also be submitted to the task force as part of their ongoing work on mandated reporter reform. In 2024, the CAPC Roundtable event for service providers was themed Centering Our Families. Our panels and keynote talk were designed to emphasize the value of having people with lived expertise participate in leadership roles within our service providing organizations. Speakers shared their insights about the benefits of and the quandaries they faced while working in a field that had once served them or their family members. CAPC is moving towards recruiting more members with lived expertise because we believe it enhances the quality of service provision. We recently welcomed several HCTC youth in our strategic planning process. Speaking of which, about 20 members of the board and the public participated in that strategic planning meeting where we reviewed our 2023 self-assessment and decided what changes we would focus on for the coming year. We determined that we would work on expanding our membership, recruiting activities to more intentionally focus on a wider swath of our community, encouraging involvement by those with lived expertise and experience in the foster care system. Lastly, CAPC continued to participate in community events last year, tabling at the Redwood Coast Mental Health Symposium and the Conference on Murdered and Missing Indian Persons, both last May, and the Juneteenth celebration in Eureka, among others. This year, we will celebrate Children's Memorial Day on Friday, April 25th at 9 a.m. at the Boys and Girls Teen Center in Eureka. As always, you are each invited to come down and help us honor the community members who have demonstrated excellence in service to children and youth, and to raise the CAPC flag for those children who have been lost to violence. Thank you again for recognizing our work on behalf of Humboldt Children and Families and allowing me to present this summary of our accomplishments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I get board comments, I'm going to have Supervisor Arroyo present this to you, and I'm going to get a picture with her. She is the commission seat for First Five, which is very involved with this. So
yes, they are.
Friday the 25th?
It's Friday
the 4th Friday? Oh, sorry.
Yes, it's Friday the 25th, 2/5, 9 a.m. Boys and Girls Teen Center.
Thank you. So I'll bring it back to the board. Thank you for that great presentation, and I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Go ahead.
I appreciated that the report that's appended even though it's from last year, I hadn't reviewed it, and I plan to, about, Jan very kindly included a report about shifting from reporting families to supporting families and ways to do that, and I think that's so important. So I just really appreciate you sharing that with us and lifting up that aspect as well. So I'm curious if there's anything else you want to say or highlight about this, but I am glad you gave it to us.
You know, we've been working with this concept for a couple of years now as part of our work with the Citizens Review Panel. We have a representative who sits on that panel. It's a state panel. And there's been this kind of groundswell of criticism of the mandated reporting puts a lot of families through a very high degree. Even just an investigation, if it turns out to be unsubstantiated, is very intrusive. It's very traumatic for the kids, for the family, for the whole community, really, and because it's kind of a shadow that hangs over you. And since there is such high overrepresentation of BIPOC people who get reports made on them, it was mainly a lot of that community were the first ones who started really raising their voices about this. And we can see that it happens in our community too, and we really felt like it was important to address those issues. So I think the thing about mandated, it was interesting because CAPC had a little regional conference in Fort Bragg earlier this year, and I was kind of surprised that they weren't as enthusiastic about the community supporting shift. And I think it's because people are afraid that if you take away the mandate to make a report, and there's a I think it's $1,000 fine. In some cases, it may be more. If you don't make a report and the child ends up injured, then that forces a lot of people to report without real solid information. In fact, they're not supposed to get real solid information. The system is designed to have a high degree of reports, and I mean, 70%, I think, of the, I shouldn't quote any facts without it in front of me, but I know that there's a high degree of, for example, teacher mandated reports that don't get substantiated, and I think it's somewhere around 70%. And the reason that they do it is because they have liability issues, and their insurance company forces them to report even if they don't know for sure that something serious is happening. So that was what we wanted to kind of look at and see if we couldn't at least approach it from here. And our report actually just looks at mandated report trainings. And we found there was too big a range. Some people have like half a day. Most people have an hour worth of training. If they're lucky, if we're lucky, they get trained every year, but many of them don't. And so the situation needed to be rectified. So our recommendations are basically going to be, you've got to fix the training. And they've already developed a new training that's much, much better. So
I sincerely appreciate you recognizing that how invasive it is with mandated reporters. And I was a school bus driver for 13 years, and I took the training, which is something basically check the box that you did it and you're a mandated reporter. And so lots of times I would hear things that where I was like, I don't really think that qualifies, but then people's lives were turned upside down. And on the abstract of that, you don't report and something happens and it's terrible, right? It's a very tough situation to be in as a school person and a mandated reporter and someone that spends a lot of time with children, 8 hours a day, right? And so it is. I'm glad that the training is going to be updated. Hopefully, it will be updated, and that people can get more training around the mandating reporting that they have to do. And then on the flip side, I'm so glad for child abuse prevention programs that are out there, and children are just they should just be held up and lifted up, and they don't ask to be here like we all were once, and it should never happen. And so thank you for this report. I so appreciate it. And I'm going to give Supervisor Wilson if he wants to say anything, but we're going to go out to public comment as well.
No, I'm prepared to make the motion.
Okay. You can make the motion and then we'll go out to public comment.
All right. Thank you, Jan, for coming today. Thank you for the wonderful report. And there's always more work to do. That's just how this rolls, it seems like. Just a quick question. Are you seeing any changes in relation to federal funding in these arenas at all?
Federal funding for?
For just for child abuse prevention and
We're kind of sitting on pins and needles. We haven't heard anything from
Okay.
OCAP is the state organization that funds us, and I'm just every day I look at my email and expect to see something bad news, but I haven't yet.
Okay, good to hear that hasn't happened yet, and we'll keep vigilant. With that, I'm making the motion to receive and file this important report.
I'll second.
Thank you. We're going to go out to public comment. I do just want to say thank you for the tireless work that is around this prevention, child abuse prevention, and all that it means to be on pins and needles, having to look at your email every day to know if you're going to, what direction you're going to have to go. So with that, we'll go to public comment on the Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you will have 3 minutes.
Ken Sawatsky, thank you for bringing this topic into the forum as everybody can see. This has been my topic for probably, 6-7 months now, ongoing. Reporting is a very difficult thing to do. I'm hoping that there can be levels of reporting, and when you report, I guess you would have the option maybe to say, I'm reporting this because I'm required to do so, although I have reservations. And in my opinion, there's nothing worse than a parent or grandparent or some other family member that reports this just to get a person to have advantage during a divorce. This just irritates the ever-living out of me that this is abused for that particular purpose. On the other hand, when you do have professional people reporting things and the children reporting things and their testimony, to have them going over the top of and say, well, you've had impure thoughts put in your head, and it's very disconcerting to me regarding the situations I become involved in. And so it's a very difficult thing, but I'd rather have things over-reported with a caveat. We're reporting it because we have to, but we're not justifying it. We don't have the total story, but they have to be investigated. And one of the biggest things on having these things reported and investigated is it's not comfortable for a child to be investigated by a 265-pound law enforcement officer rather than a welfare worker. And the reporting needs to be handled where the child is comfortable to tell the truth. The child has confidence. If the child has been told many times, don't trust law enforcement, those should not be the people out there taking and verifying these reports through the sheriff's department or other law enforcement. So I've become quite educated on this, and contrary to Rick's thinks about me, spent a lot of time on this one, and I do want to applaud you folks for what you're doing there. And we need to make the reporting a lot better situation. So keep it up. Don't give up. We have the worst ACEs scores in the nation. There's a reason for that, and we all have to work on this every single day to make sure the children's voices are heard and they're protected. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic today.
That is all, Chair.
Okay, any comment from the room? No comment from the room, so we are going to, yes, we're going to vote. I do want to apologize that I wasn't able to move your item. We had a really wonky agenda today with lots of time sets, and I would have preferred to have a room full and a board full. Apologize for that, and next time we'll do it a little better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make one more comment?
Yes, please.
I just want to, I noticed the officer, Jamie Clark, was recognized for the Children's First Award, and I just want to say she's amazing. And so thank you for recognizing people who really do great work in our community through your awards process, too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Natalie's our speed reader. Okay, so we are going to be,
Motion carries 3-0 with Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Madrone absent.
So thank you again, Jan. And so we're going to be adjourned. I want to remind the public that we do not have a meeting next Tuesday because I believe it's a holiday on Monday. Oh, there you go. So it's a holiday on Monday, so we do not have a meeting on Tuesday, and so we are adjourned.